Good.
Morning, everybody. I'd like to bring the meeting back to order. Tia, if you would, please take roll call, page number 4.
Yes.
Here.
Rollins Slower.
Here.
Linda Cavazos.
Here.
Greg Popovich.
Here.
Jay Kenny.
Here.
Paula McNaught. Christina Rocket.
Here.
Blake Colson.
Yo.
Here. Present. Ryan Thompson. Alex Woodward.
Here.
Keith Whitmerman.
Present.
Dennis Holmes.
Here.
David Witt.
Here.
Sean Fitzsimons.
Here.
Jason Novakar. Tammy Haven.
Here.
Bob Levin.
Here.
Domingo Rivera.
Yeah.
Dave Henneman.
Here.
Ellen Townsend.
Here.
Xavier Camp.
Here.
Alex Munoz. Thomas. Donald Williams. Timothy Jackson.
Present.
Paul Anderson.
Here.
Mark Davis.
Here.
Kate Savoy.
Here.
And myself, Sue Wonder.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Now that we have full entourage of people. First. I'd like to call Mr. Odegaard. Well, you lied to me yesterday. The only time I can say you did. I want to thank you on behalf of the NIAA and Board of Control. Congratulations. This is our first go-through with parent on the Board of Control. I can tell you that from my perspective, we were nervous, not because it was you, just because it was a new dynamic, but it worked out very well. Deanna Rowe. I had to hurry up and get this in because you told me what time the meeting was ending, right? But I can't thank you enough for all you've done and your guidance. Congratulations. Nala, I did not know until yesterday. We are going to bring you to the meeting in the South. That we do justice. Thank you, guys. Before we begin, want to have a conversation with the board, real quick. The last year I spent with an apartment in the north and a house in the south. I spent probably 75-25, one direction or the other. I wanted to let the board know that at the end of my lease, I don't intend on renewing it. It has nothing to do with living in Reno. It's been very enjoyable, and I appreciated the invitation and the welcome nature of the northern house. I'll be honest with you, I miss my wife, and I don't want to be away. And I'm sorry. Here's the clapping.
He's not gonna share on time. We kick him out, we're going to be sent himself, but he doesn't stay. He
Yeah.
feels like he has to, so.
So she has done a lot for me, and I appreciate it, but I'm not leaving her alone anymore. But if the board has any objections to it, please let it, I want you to know that my plan is to flip the script and do 75% south, 25% north. I will do extended stay. I will do the Nugget. I don't need to worry about a car. Like I said, I have a roadside bingo for anybody that would like to travel with me. It's Nevada. It's my daughter created. It's Nevada bingo. The Clown Motel is free space. You get it when you go by, and then you mark off what you see, be it burro, be it wild horse, whatever you see in Nevada. And so, but if there's any discussion, I'm open and listening. But I appreciate everything from that situation. So with that,
I just like to ask, I know we talked about this too with you down south and at Cape Bar. What are the chances of a brick and mortar? And I know we had this conversation a couple weeks ago.
yes.
And when you told me you were doing this, I just believe that there should be an opportunity for people if they need a cab, or, talk to one of you guys to have the option to go somewhere. I know we've had this conversation, that we've tried, when prior, there's no position, no area right now, no, at CCSD, but I wouldn't oppose if a charter school had a available space, private school, we're all in the same association. That's just my thoughts.
I would say that my thought on that is, the one thing I don't want there to be is an appearance of impropriety or a question of ethical boundaries. I told that to Pam, that's why there's no possible way I would ever agree to have me housed in the same building as Pam's home. Not because for any other reason, than I just think it would look wrong. I can't work with these idiots anymore. As much as that would be nice, I'm not opposed if you want me in a building to that at all. I have no problem maintaining an office like that. I know that my two southern directors do a great job. They're accessible, they're available, and we always have found places to meet when necessary. But I can understand wanting me in a physical position or physical plant. I can just tell you, as we go over the budget, we can't afford 2 offices. And I know that that's not a feasible financial decision, but if we could find a place for me to go, I have no problem with that. Wouldn't mind it. Gets me out of the house. I'm sure while she has missed me while I was gone, I'm sure her days off when I wasn't there were probably more enjoyable for her again. But I'm willing to work in that manner.
Yes, I completely understand, what's the future plan of the building here, our lease there, and the structure with the fact that, you'll be here 25% of the time, what does that look like in the future, and especially in the building?
Well, the lease for the building is solid. We're like in year what, I think 4 or 5 in that lease. It's 12, we're in year 6 and it's a 12-year lease. So we're going nowhere. And I have no intention of closing that office down in any way, shape, or form, because I have Ellen working out of that office, I have Tia working out of that office, and Brady working out of that office. And we don't know where the next person's gonna come from. They may be working out of that office. Ms. Holmes works out of that office. I plan on nobody's getting my office in the main office. I'm keeping my office as well. I don't have any intention. It would not be very smart for us to ever not have that office because of the legislature being right there. We need that connection to the community and to the legislature. So the Sparks office, while I wish we could find I don't want to say that it's not a nice office, it's fine. I wish we could find a more cost-effective office. Size-wise, we need what we have. We actually could use a bigger space in the north. Because of all the stuff that we have coming and going with the awards, with the rule books, and with the growth of our office overall.
Sorry,
No, I don't want I want to make sure everybody understands. There is no intention of moving the office. All that's moving is my location for 1/3 of the time. Or 3/4. What if you were, did your PD in my name? So.
All right, any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, Alex.
So, I think the one thing, regardless of what different opinions exist on, the one thing that we can all agree is that it has changed where we physically need to do our jobs. So I don't see any reason why you move down south and hamper what we do. And you have amazing representatives of New York North that we work with. So we are in good hands with 75% teacher. That was the issue. And then one thing I've learned is that life is short and you get it.
Yeah.
So keep those priorities.
I don't know how you do it.
Listen to me, I will tell you what I told at dinner last night. 2 things that I've learned that I'm terrible at. I hate doing laundry. And the fact that I am responsible for feeding myself for every single meal has made me appreciate the ability of my wife to cook. Like I have never missed before in my life. A woman can cook, and she's an amazing cook.
That is true.
Yes, she is. So she's still like part of it, so we have that going for it. So thank you.
All right, we are going to go to financials. Please go to page 47.
Let's pull up. We'll take the other-
Well, it's.
Oh, yeah. There you go. As you can see, we are way deep into the year. We are wrapping up nicely. I gave everybody a copy of myself. So for the June, a couple of things on here that are different, just from the last time we did a board report. The one thing we have done over the last few years is when we host combo events, baseball and softball, soccer and soccer, basketball and basketball. It is impossible, and it's not even probable, we can solve the solution, that when a person shows up and buys a ticket, we could tell whether they were buying a baseball ticket or a softball ticket, or if they were buying a ticket and going to a baseball and a softball game. Mr. Odegaard's facility for state was a perfect example. You walk in, you bought a ticket, man, you go to both games. So I thought it was really ridiculous for us to try to track and figure out how much we were bringing in for softball and baseball, but we just can't. So I combined the two of them, so you'll notice that net revenue for baseball sets at 186.9, and softball revenue is at 0. That is actually a combination of the two, and I adjusted the budget number at the top. So we came in about 13%, or I'm sorry, about 5%, 4% under projection for sales for baseball. I attribute that to a couple of things. 2 days of rain in the south killed us. Brutal. We were thankful to schools like Bishop Gorman, Boulder City, Gorman picked up Arborview. Everybody was just flexible to move. We just couldn't ticket to sale, so we lost some money that way. We can't control weather. If you look at basketball, winter is I thought was done. So the other day I got a couple more things that came in. Basketball really came in way under projection. We were at 78% there. Boys golf in the north, we got a nice check unexpectedly for boys golf. And while it could be considered a donation since it was earmarked toward boys golf to offset our costs for boys golf, I put it into boys golf because that's where it came in. Very nice donation there. Flag football ended up being very lucrative. We attribute that to Bart and I have our theories on that, competitive games, the growth of the sport, and the last minute jump to the Legion Cup. So we hope that will continue to grow. Football was close, 94. That's our main money maker. We really need that to be as close to 450 as much as possible. I think we'll get there. I think our early games were such low draw events, but now that we've changed the realignment, and I think we've set it up for success into the future. Disappointed in soccer, as you can see, that was way under projection. And then swimming came in high. I attribute that to the new facility up there in the north. I also attribute that to the competitiveness in that sport. And track did a great job for us. Track really came in well. We're still getting some last minute deposits that are coming in. Got a couple today. So track and baseball, softball will have a little bit of bump there, but we're getting really close. I think separating the 4A and 5A from the 1, 2, and 3A for state was smart. I think it was really, really smart. It cost us more on the back end with officials, but at the same time, I think it provided a venue for enticing to come watch for both the small schools and the large schools. Volleyball for girls was a little under projection. That I attribute to the fact that we were in the north for the finals, and then it was a southern dominated tournament that way, and it kind of drove the ticketing away a little bit. Boys was right around a low number there as well. I think that's just a hit or miss for us when it comes to and what the matchups were. So we worked on that. As you can see, wrestling far outpaced what we anticipated, so that was great. Our other revenue coming in, you can see there where we're at. I'm not going to spend all the time going through all of those. I do want to take a moment here to take a look at partnerships. Remember that's 280. Next year, you're going to see a different number. Actually, you're not going to see a different number at all. I'll explain why with the 280. We did pretty well there. Miscellaneous revenue was stuff that, we have no category to market as money coming in. We're working on that for our next budget. We'll see that on the next line for the next tournament. Our tournament directors were right on expense. Please note, look at our security costs and facility expenses. That was $196,000 together. But the facility expenses, we were very frugal. We were very fortunate. We were able to stave off a lot of costs there. Cost pavilion was a little bit of a chunk of change there, but we were able to be very frugal with that. But the security expense is $166,000. Our security costs are going up exponentially. Also look at trophies and awards. We had projected out at 110. We ended up at 140, and I can tell you the going over the budget really boiled down to shipping. Shipping was the major cost there. Also, we are still dealing with a prior shipping bill. I'm not sure of the status of that, but there may be another $20,000 in shipping costs from the year before that we're still waiting to get cleared up with Jocelyn, and I work with them on that every time they send it to us, so we take a look closely at that. Turning the page over. Our board control costs were over our projected costs. I will tell you that is attributed to two things: airfare and hotels. Airfare has not even been remotely covered. If you've looked at any of the airfare costs coming up here during the legislative session, every flight was the exact same price every time. I think it was $321 one direction, $666 round trip. I mean, $666 to fly from Vegas to Reno round trip is getting really bad. Please note that our salaries and our salary costs are lagging behind. They are 5 months back. We were last billed by Washoe County in January. I expect that bill to be coming here pretty quickly. So if you want to adjust that number in your mind, be about $200,000 for the remainder of the year, and that would bring our bottom line down there to the bottom at about 276 above. We're going to drop because we still have all the officials from the Southern SNOA for swim, track. Yes, Nate? Ellen?
Ellen Johnson, official liaison. We're good with swimming, we're good with boys volleyball, but the other sports, track, baseball, softball, you have to still pay those for regionals and, excuse me, not baseball, softball for regionals, but track, regional, state, state baseball, state softball, NIAA, and over the Northeast for their regional and state officials.
And a little reimbursement here and there that we still need to pick up for travel for the officials. So I expect that actual number at the September board meeting when we go through our audit to be closer to maybe about 125 to 130 revenue over expenses, which I'm very happy considering. If you consider last year, we had Jay and Donnie and Ms. Latz on the books until they were off. And so those were on there. And then we brought on Ms. Roy, and then we're going to put the new person in, which I'll show in the next budget. I'm pretty happy with those numbers. We did a good job, I believe, this year, and I think we're going to get better next year. So that's this year, that's the budget as it stands right now. Oh, and then you can look at the other pages too as we continue. The assets are sitting at 915, and then the profit and loss, which is Zacco has at about 187 when it's all said and done. So I think I'm pretty close to the 150 mark. When we get everything done, we should be sitting around 150 extra. So we have scheduled audit. I think it's ironic that the first time I contacted the auditors and they reached out back to set the date. They're actually going to do it remotely because we have done everything online. So we will not have to pay the cost of bringing them up, taking care of them overnight and sending them back. They will do that remotely, and they will work with Ms. Holmes, myself, requesting any documents we need to send back and forth. Going through this audit is not something I look forward to because I don't like the word audit. But at the same time, Ms. Holmes has reassured me and makes me feel comfortable when she says this, can you account for everything? Yes, we can. So if you're going to account for it, they can find it, and that's what the audit's for. So we'll make sure we do that well. Any questions on that?
I don't have a question on the audit, but I am going back to the event expenses on the first page.
Yes.
So it shows that, 24, 25. We had just under, 344,000.
Where are you talking about? Where are you at?
Here, 318,
Yes, tournament expenses, yes.
and then you budgeted 300.
That was what the budget had, in it, yes, 300. So we went over budget on tournament expenses. I can tell you that was venue expenses, that was, anything that went into a tournament above and beyond. Yeah. The expenses for facilities for tournaments and the ancillary things around them are just going through the roof.
And that includes, or these funds don't even include talent. And
Correct, there was no cost there.
so if it would have cost it, I would even get 350 or something.
So at least, they probably saved us in excess of $50,000.
So I think that things like that need to be shown in some capacity through this process, because that's huge, huge.
Yes, and thank goodness we made the decision to pass on the ticketing fees, because that would have been about $185,000 additional dollars as well, which is why there's a hole in there for ticketing fees. We used to absorb those as an association, we do not absorb those anymore. That was about $185,000 in anticipating kind of employee.
Thanks.
Yep,
Yeah, that's good. Didn't they give you a donation?
to offset any other costs outside of this, so they covered all those costs. So like their security costs, they covered it with their security, the new bleachers they brought in, they covered it with that.
So that was.
Yeah, the city provided them this funds to help offset any costs that they weren't able to cover, which in the end, made the venue, everything just, we were plug and play.
Yes, so Town's efficiency is on, and just to add on to that, I know they covered a couple hotel nights,
Yeah,
for the officials who, came in from Elko or were maybe going that way.
Yeah.
Rather than having this housing here, so. You might have been to all the officials out there, so
Yes.
think about that next year.
yes, ma'am.
Xavier.
Mr. Jackson, can you, share where I could find, for example, was it like over $25,000 for UNLV for Cox?
That'd be facility expense.
I don't see the,
Right down at the bottom of the first page, next to the last line. 30,286.
when I look at the breakdown,
Where you at?
uh,
Oh, you're deep in here?
I'm deep in the woods, so.
Oh,
So when I go to facility expense where I have the breakdown.
yeah, I would have to find the line item for you on that. Oh,
Yes, I'm so late to see that right. My glasses. Cause I see like on 6 out of 9 for that,
yeah, I'd have to find the line item. I'd actually have to go to find the line item for X. If you give me, like, can I come back?
Cause I know that was a hefty chunk, right?
It was a hefty chunk, yeah, there should be.
Because then you also have golf, right? Golf is another.
Yeah, and
Cost. So I don't know, I just felt like golf and basketball alone should have brought you way over that $30,000 mark, and then let alone everything else.
yes, yeah, remember we got offset from this too. Yeah, that's probably right there. Where you at?
609.
609?
It's about 10 items down, about 35, 750. Basketball.
There it is. Yep, you got it. TE State, 35,755.
That's everything, that's the facility.
That was Cox.
Got it.
Yep.
So it goes under tournament expense.
Yeah, and then there's the golf expenses do not go directly to the golf course, they go to the Southern Nevada Junior Golf Association, and out of that, they pay their employees that are running the tournaments for us, and pay the fee that goes to the golf course, so that would be broken apart differently as well. Yes, so if you look on the bottom of page 5 of 9, you'll see boys golf tournament expense $5,800. That was part of the bill that would cover that first. Then if you go up a little farther, golf tournament expense 4A, you'll see a 40197. That would be a part of that tournament expense. And then if you go up a little bit further than that, girls golf 2A, you would see a tournament expense of $1,098.27.
That's green fee.
And that's either green fees, that's either, marshal on the field, or, I'll be honest with you, it could be the food that they feed the officials.
Okay.
It could be any of those types of things. Yeah, so they're all broken apart, like, if you go over onto page 4 of 9, you'll see boys golf tournament officials. I believe it's $1,100.16. So you see them all over the place, and then they just combine together. So tournament expenses and facility expenses, but it might have been a facility expense for the golf tournament. It wasn't a facility expense as much as it was a tournament expense, because we never paid for that before, but it still wasn't a human being being paid that money. So we did W9 we had. I did all the W9s myself, personally. And I sent a copy of all of them and a copy to the IRS. And they duplicate copy that put the file in, so you know what it is.
Yeah, we're pretty good at it.
Any questions? Janet, we're halfway.
We're gonna have a little bit more revenue, right, from late line.
But I'll explain that next, the next, I'm excited about that.
Okay.
Any other questions, we're looking for a motion?
Yeah, I need to approve the financials.
Thank you,
Somebody
Jay.
help me.
Jay, you said,
Second.
okay, thank you so much.
Second.
And Mr. Daniel, do at the end of the table.
All right. We have a, first, we have a second, any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. You do not approve, say nay. All right, guys, have it.
Mark, can you pull it up? Okay, did I get one? Let's do, 25, 26 budget. 5 years, current.
What are you watching? Get the eyes. Yeah, sure.
It's an ask.
Thank you. So coming out to you now from Martia, this is a different way of looking at our budget for going into the next fiscal year. The column, I'm sorry. The column on the left is green, is what I just shared with you. That was the financial budget for this year. The column in orange, if you will, is what was just approved. And the column in blue is the year to date, to show you whether we're plus or minus for the year. I combined baseball and softball, as I did on the other one. And then the column that is like purple or lavender is my projection for 25, 26, with X's next to the numbers that I think have changed and are that are different than what I have. And then the 4-year average on the right is a running average. So as the bills come in from this point forward, the white column for 4-year average will adjust to reflect. But I took 21 through 24, those 3-year budgets, and used those to help allocate the money. The part I didn't put on here on this is I also used the consumer price index with a 3% inflationary number for all the business services, just to say, 3% is a running average. As we know, inflation has been up as high as 6.5, and it's been down as low as 1.5. It's a crap like that. But the one thing I did want to do though is show you that I changed the way the budget will be adjusted out for the purposes of us tracking it more accurately. While everything's still on there are some breakups that are different. In other words, I broke out our into common areas so that we could look at them as commonalities. NIAA dues, fines, activity cards, weight management, Hall of Fame games, level 2, and officials registration. Those are more of day-to-day operationals. Event sanctioning broadcast is something we don't have to deal with because of the way we have our contract with NFHS. But then at the very bottom, in the second section there, you'll see I have broken apart NFHS sanctioning and the VPS. The sanctioning that we got this year was slated to be at $45,000. And that's our partnership with NFHS. That came in at $81,809, $16,000 over Jay's projection, and almost more than 16, $26,000 more, $36,000 more than Jay's projection, and $20,000 more than the NFHS's projection that they sent to us. Next year, we really move into a new uncharted area. They project us at $177,000. And I took that and I reduced it down because I looked at how Jay would calculate it out, and I thought it made sense, 10 to 15% below that. I have it broken down into $50,000 for sanctioning and $110,000 for the VPS. And that's the video streaming portion of it. There's different layers to it, but it's important we track the two separate ones. They project us at 177, I'm projecting us at 160. That's a large change that we weren't expecting. So that's why there's three aspects. I believe that number will come in much higher. But I think for budgeting purposes, you should play the low number as opposed to shooting for the sky. Up above, if you look at the baseball and softball, we have been running around 142,000 combined. I'm keeping the number at 185, which is right where we were this year. So I don't see any growth there. I just figured we say with the number we've done this year, I think we should be well within it. Basketball, I actually lowered the number from 320 to 305, just because I think the 320 might have been a bit ambitious with a standalone division in the South. Potential that the North will be the site for basketball, and that division being all by itself down there. I don't know if it'll be a draw as it was when we had the 5A, the 4A, and the 3A and the 2A all together as one. So we're looking at it that way. Flag football, I went with right in the middle of the road with the 4-year average of 34.5. I think that's a safe bet. I think we'll have some good competitive games. The divisions are solid. We should be okay there. Football, while I'm optimistic, I still went lower because if you see our 4-year average has been 445. I don't see that changing. I think if anything, it may go up just based on the fact that we have good matchups and our alignment's working well, but I'd rather shoot for the average on this. I lowered soccer significantly, just because it's been at 113, it seems to be trending down. So I went a little bit lower. I think that has to do with the matchups and where we are in the state when they're playing. So we worked out that. Swimming, I went at 25, simply because you just don't know the venues. We won't be at the Northern Pool next year. We'll be back in the South. Crowds are usually a little thinner in the South than they are in the North for swimming. So I went a little low on that. Track, I stayed low because we won't have all 5 divisions in the South potentially. So I know we'll have that one standalone, and that's not a large draw. And we need to work on that. So we're there. Volleyball, I looked at the trend there. It's been running between 88 and 84, and 87 fit right in the middle there. So I budgeted there. And boys volleyball, I went a little higher because I'm optimistic that with the new alignment, we'll have some good matchups, and we'll see who can come back to where we were prior to that. And then wrestling, I went a little higher, I think, with the advent of girls moving one step closer to sanctioning. It adds a new dynamic, and I think we can continue the trend there. So I'm projecting our total revenue next year to be about 1.38, which is less than we had this year, which means I hope to surpass it, and we should be in good shape. Dues are going up, thank you to the board for that, so we've made that adjustment. Fines, I never want to live on fines, and it would be counterproductive for me to say I'm trying to lower our sanction penalties and then say, hey, we're going to make it a good strong line item for us to have in there. So I lowered that number to 5,000, and we'll sit there and see where we're at there. Activity cards ran low at 81. However, with the advent of the activity cards going in with the registration, which is not accounted for officials in here, I do believe we will hit $100,000 there for official registration cards. Weight management, very confused with the weight management. It's money in, money out. There's really no profit making here on the weight management, but it didn't run as high as the average of $40-some thousand. So I'm reevaluating how it's billed to ensure that we're covering all the schools and covering all the kids. I can tell you without hesitation, I know the bill for Clark County is absolutely 100% accurate, because this will make sure of it. But in doing that, I think we should lower that number, and I did. I lowered it down from the previous number down to $20,000. And Hall of Fame games, I don't ever think we should live on Hall of Fame games, because that has to get more to do with the schedule matchup. But keeping that at 15,000, I thought made sense. It's right in line. Legal level 2 appeals, I left that at $2,500. That would be 5 appeals a year. I know we're probably past that, but I will make the note that while the appeals generates a little money, the cost for the appeals is a drain on our system. It's 500 in and usually $5,000 out. So that's money and not good money out. Officials registration, 75,000. The numbers are trending up. We had 1,500 this year. I think we'll continue that, so I think we're safe there. Plus the raise in the fee should offset that and encompass with the activity cards, the new amount that we're looking at, which is roughly around $30,000. Sanctioning and broadcast rights are a part of everything in below. I talked about the sanctioning DPS and the rule books. I am going to stress to all of our districts at the meetings, we have seen a dramatic drop in the schools buying their rule books for their coaches, and we really need to make sure they understand that that's a very vital aspect, especially now that we have flag football. We should have every school that plays flag football buying a flag football rule book to start. But we really need our coaches to have a rule book in their hands, or the school to have a rule book on site. It's a very vital tool, and they have it. So we're gonna make sure, and it's not to make money, we're not making a fortune off this, we're making a couple bucks, and I think it's important that we do that. Yes?
Just a comment to that, all the rule books are online.
Yes, but we want a physical hand one that you can physically grab it. Yes.
In case there's a question.
And especially in case there's connectivity issues with sites.
But I think the reason that
Yes.
is because they are online.
Yep.
People are required to buy a rule book.
And if we do that, we're gonna have to take a look at that, reducing that out of our budget items. And yes.
Does the umpire, they get to be influenced well?
They buy them. Yes. And now coordinates all that.
Allen Townsend Efficiency Liaison, even if they're online digitally, there's still a cost to it.
Yeah.
It's not free, so
It would move the money to a different item.
it's cheaper if they buy the book than they buy it.
I think it's 12.
We charge like $6 for the rule book.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is online.
I think it's 10 and 12.
I don't buy it online.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
On a book.
Partnerships is 280. So Deanna asked the question, I thought there was gonna be more money in there. I never live on bonuses. I don't believe in it. My father was a skilled worker and said you never live on overtime. But we know we're getting $71,000. So now I get to do what I wanted to do for the whole entire year. With that $71,000, we have entered into a contract to have a new website. And it is. Mr. Davis, I'm gonna let you have your moment here and talk about it, because this has been a year-long progress. For him, it's been longer. For me, it's been a year.
I can't even remember the first time I met a company called Gravity Works. And gentleman named Jack McWhorter. They do websites for several state associations. If you've ever looked at Wisconsin's website, Wisconsin's amazing. And they're 7 years into that website, and they're doing a redesign for Wisconsin right now. Minnesota's a great website. Michigan, another Gravity Works site. They've got a handful of them. We've been talking to them, and they've wanted to partner with us for the longest time. They give us, with their platform, the freedom to examine any of their templates, shape them the way we want them to be, put the information where we want it. Anything from a site that's going to be more news-based, to a site that's more graphic-based, to a site that's just more organizationally based. When they approached us again a couple of months ago and said, hey, the proposal that we gave you last year that you couldn't afford, we're not going to change the price on that. Would you reconsider, would you meet with us again? And after we met with the NFHS network and Play On Sports and got the news about the rather large increase, plus knowing that we had to carry over, revenue share stuff from Playfly. The number that they're quoting us is, it's a significant number. And you're the money guys, I'll let you get into that. But to me, for what we've had, for how long we've had it, and what we envision that we're going to get, and this is something that, when we were in the meeting, Mr. Jackson and I, he basically looked at me and said, "Good? I've been good for a while on this." And talked with Ms. Wonder, Mrs. Roy, we want to come together and just figure out what all we want. Let's shoot for the moon on this. And gravity works will help us every step of the way. That being said, we're about a year off from being able to put that into play because of all the development that needs to go into this. Plus, we're going to save some money by doing our own data migration, taking the data from the current site, migrating it over to the new site. But when we met with Gravity Works and they said they were good, your exact words, Mr. Jackson, was good, or do we need to talk offline?
Right, I'm in the meeting, I just looked up, are you good? And I'm good, because I know the website, Ohio, Massachusetts, Michigan, Wisconsin, they have tons of websites, and they are all what we should be putting out as our forward face. And migrating a lot of it over on our own will save us money. But if you take the cost of what we're looking at and the cost that we have of our yearly maintenance of our current website, it's a zero balance, zero sum for us. That money, it was the exact, when I got that number, I so badly wanted to make sure that number was read into the record, so that I had a record of what that number was, because that's gonna cover our costs. And I'm gonna take it and say, thank you very much, because that's covering our costs for a new website. The yearly maintenance of it will be comparable to what we're paying right now for the yearly maintenance and upkeep of our current website. So we're in a really good place. This worked out perfect. So I will take that $71,000 and we will move that directly to it, and it will not show up anywhere because it simply was money in, money out, new website. We couldn't be happy.
We use that as such a communication tool for our schools, for student athletes, for our media. It's important we have a site that people can use easily, freely, without too many issues, and a site that for us on staff is very easily updated. The content management system that they have, I don't want to go too deep in the weeds, but that was in a previous field that I worked in. Incredible. And been thrilled about this since that meeting. It's been hard to kind of hold it in and not let a whole lot of people know. Cat's out of the bag now, but again, we're still a year off from everybody being able to see what that site's going to look like and what we're going to do.
So that's where that money's gonna go. So, and if they hit it again, we'll find another, wow, this is a great bonus for meeting this one.
Beautiful.
Okay, moving on, tournament directors, we're running right above the average on that, we're gonna stay there. Tournament expenses and facility expenses combined are gonna be about 400 grand, which is about what we're at this year. I think we can continue to trim and do some good things there. Officials are always gonna be a high expense. If you look at it right now, we're sitting at about, officials at about 340, excuse me, with about $35,000 to $40,000 still remaining. So we should be good there. I bumped up security from, because we end up at 166. We believe that if we start combining some sites, we can save some security costs and facility expenses. We're gonna start doing that. Trophies and awards, we have them at 140. That number will be flexible depending on what happens with the last item of the day. We'll see there. Salaries with the new person coming in will go up to 500, and salary costs will go to 205. The part-time help is Ellen and Ms. Townsend and Ms. Holmes. What they're running at right now, it's not there, but I always want to make sure we have a lot. Ms. Holmes has not gone through a fall football season with 475 checks that will need to be cut. Winter was busy, spring was busier, and fall was the busiest. So I want to make sure I have enough buffer in there. She's part-time, she does a great job. No question her commitment to us, and I'm thankful that she's there to do that for us. Conference expenses, that is covered registration in the hotels for when we go to the NFHS conference. Paul and I, or Kate and I go to NIAA or whatever those may be. I went a little high on the travel. That is not just travel for conference. That's our travel back and forth between the north and the south. That would be line item on that. I have to tell you, Bart does an association, a very big solid. He drives north to south. He drove up for this meeting, he'll drive back, and he only charges us for his gas. So we're very thankful for that. Obviously, I don't have any mileage for me because the board's taking care of that. So we're trying to be as efficient and cost saving as possible, and we do that as much as we can. Rules education classification needs, or we're saying about $10,000. That's when we travel north to south, east to west to meet with our schools prior to that, and that'll cover any of the other classification travels or classification needs that we have. Those are usually less than that, but I want to make sure we cover it. Border control meeting, border control travel. I went at 40,000 for the two. We're gonna have to try to adjust that depending upon flight costs and all that as we move forward, but we're looking pretty good there from that. Commissioners' expenses, those are our sports commissioners. Those are a static number. We did raise them $500 for the 12 people that we pay for this, but they have not seen any increase in that. They are our rules experts. They are the ones who coordinate all of our officials. They do great service. This is for the south. This is Larry Hansen. For this is Mary out and on the east. So these are all those folks there. Our dues. Commissioner's Clinic. That's the one where we send Ellen to. It's usually in Salt Lake. They cover everything but her trip up and trip back. And I have yet to see it cost us more than $1,000 for that flight, even though it's further than it is to Vegas, it's cheaper. Which, okay, we'll take it. Commissioner's expense, there we go there. Dues are static with the NFHS at 2,500, so that'll stay. Publications is where we buy all the rule books and then we flip it around the other direction. So that number is sort of a flux in our budget. Depends on how many we have to order. It could go over budget, but then we make it up on the other end of the budget item going back out. So I look at that. Our rent has increased every year. I anticipate it will go up again, 3%. So I just bumped it up to $2,000 as opposed to numbers. Electricity went up again. Cell phones will actually drop. I've been in touch with Donnie. Donnie's phone will fall off our bill at the end of this month. We were working with Donnie to get that transitioned out. I want to thank the board for allowing us to do that. Having Donnie at a phone call away for a year was great. It was wonderful, and we staved off a lot of problems because until everybody knew, nobody knew that Donnie was the guy. So people had that number they call, and Donnie would get them in touch with us. He's been a great asset as well. Internet service landlines. Our postage is high. We're working on ways to lower that, but postage is postage. And then our equipment leases are our copiers and the supplies and the maintenance of those. We have looked at reducing it down from 2 copiers to 1 copier. And every time we start to think it's let's do it, something happens to one of the copiers. It never fails. It's like they know. They know they're on the chopping block and they're taking care of each other. I swear, we don't know how it does that. We were swapping cartridges for 2 weeks from the top floor to the bottom floor.
It was apparently to wonderful reference. There is a piece that just catches paper that has to be replaced. A piece that catches paper has to be replaced. So we could not use the whole machine for something that catches something that we were using.
Yes.
So
It's been fun. So we're working with Xerox on that. We'll figure that out. Office supplies are 116.35. I want you to know that we went over the office supplies budget greatly this year. That had to deal with the office equipment more than it did with the supplies. And when I say office supplies, we had to replace, now we've done it, we had to replace every single computer the association had. Because when I came in at Jay's laptop, or Jay's computer was running Windows 95, we had to replace that computer. The Donnie's laptop was a Microsoft 6 or something, I don't even know, it's so old. Yeah, and then unfortunately, about 2 weeks ago, Ms. Wonder's HP finally died. So
Windows State.
yes, so
Monday.
we Windows State, the worst time for it to break. So we replaced them all, and we have now put in a pattern of replacement. So we have a rotation for replacement, so that we won't take that hit again at the beginning of a fiscal year. Depreciation is kept there. Office maintenance, 4,000. That's things that we have to do at the office for any maintenance issues that we have to cover. We should be good there. Top 10 scholarships, we'll discuss that at 20,000. That's the same. Hall of Fame at 15. We're gonna always look and seek out a corporate sponsor to help offset those costs. And the Award of Excellence at $1,500, which is mostly for the award and shipping. The rest of it is human work. Moving on to the next page, legal fees at 140. I broke apart hearing the expenses so we can track that because they were lumped together as all legal. So anticipating 140 is that's been good for us, and I never want to ever question that number because I wouldn't know what to do without the man to my right here. And hearing expenses, if we can lower the number of level 2s, then we can lower the number of hearing expenses. Sure.
How's the 140 legal, because my retainer.
That's the number we had in there, and I kept it, and I make sure it covers any travel that you have to go back to us and anything else. It's higher than it needs to be. Yeah. It covers in case you have to fly to the south or a hotel or any of that. Yeah. Yep. So I have that, and I think in the past it was to cover the level 2s as well. So I kept it at 140 and then created a line item for the level 2s.
Hang on, real
Yeah.
quick. Steve, you have a question?
No.
Oh, you
My
tried.
eye moving down. Low.
Yes.
Sorry.
Jay, go ahead.
I don't know, what is the Award of Excellence? Is that to students or is that?
To a school. Basically it compiles all the results for the whole year. You get points for however far you go in a bracket. And then your school has to do certain items to augment, like parent meetings, letters, activities and actions. And then you lose points for rejection. So when Ellen goes over her rejection report, she will show you how many points from the Award of Excellence they lost. So it's a whole thing. And I didn't realize that the volume of information that I had to compile, because I thought it was a pretty simple thing. They need 10 points for this part of the bracket, 20 points for this part of the bracket. So it's a very long detail rate. And I plan to present to the board next year a revamping of how we accumulate those points to make our lives easier and do a better job of that. Officials registration. Oh,
Question, since you brought that up, Fellow Towns Officials Liaison, do you want me to show that?
no, just talk about it.
Just talk.
Just talk about it.
All right.
Yeah. Did you just snap your fingers in?
That's what I said. You did not just step.
Remind me when, after we're done to tell you a story.
Okay, I'll snap your fingers. So, officials registration, this is the officials governor. So when they register, we cover their the registration costs, and then they pay it, and then the money, it's their costs are here. This is what we charge as the fee, and it covers their insurance and whatnot. People Trail is their background checking, which is vital. And then RMA is $60,000, which is $5,000, which is 5 and 8, 9. I kept that the same. I'm going to look for a more detail of what in-kind includes, because to me, I want to make sure we're getting bang for our buck. Weight management expenses, I put that at 15. It had been 31 for the last few years. I'm going to look at that a little more closely and make sure we're actually doing that the correct and right way of assessing that fee and money in and money out. $12,000 covers our accounting fees, which is not Ms. Holmes, that is for the audit and any ancillary costs. I expect that number to be lower. And then miscellaneous, I put $1,000 into miscellaneous, even though it's been higher the last few years, because I think we've identified the better categories to put things into categorically. That makes it a little bit more under an umbrella. So with that, I anticipate our total other expenses to be about 2.5, and I think we have a nice balanced budget. Questions on that? You know how I am about colors. I OCD colors.
So your question is about the whole package.
This is the projection, this is our proposed budget for next year.
Just the proposed budget. Yeah. Any questions? Absolutely.
You know, what I'd like to see in this proposed budget, and of course, it's the only time I ever see a budget outside of mine, and my little small one in the school district would be, I don't control the costs, but where it has other expenses and it talks about the board controlling those salaries, is there a way we could break those first 5 or 6 categories from border control down to vehicle?
Where are you at?
I'm at other expenses on page 2.
So don't look at the column in the first column. Look over at the new column in the middle. Okay, that, if I change the way those are laid out, because there are things in there they need to be broken out. So with border control, now have border control meeting costs, border control travel costs.
Yes.
I can break those out.
So I'd like to see those all the way from border control to vehicle.
Mhm.
I'd like to see those broken down into their own category, separate from other expenses, and make that something like office management breakdown or something like that. And I'd also like to see under salaries, actual costs of each position, not people.
Right.
Themselves, each position
I can do that, I can provide you that at any time.
with those costs.
Yep, they can be broken out.
I'd like to see that, so in office management expenses,
Mhm.
and then the others would then start with like advertising on down.
Mhm.
And then the breakdown of staff positions and their salaries as we go.
So two questions, I think they're both probably silly questions, but, salary costs, that's like pennies and taxes and things like
And,
that.
and yes, so we bill our salaries are managed by Washoe County. So we have our salary, and then our benefits, our insurance, and our PERS contributions are costs. And I actually have the chart that, they send me each year that tells us what the percents are, and I can provide those at any one point. I actually have a page where I have Tim Jackson, my salary, my benefits, my total cost. Kate Sephora, salary, benefits, total cost. I can break that apart just for anyone to see.
And I don't necessarily need the names put on there, just the title of the position, and then.
Yeah, I can do that.
Sorry, weight management, that's.
Okay, so
wrestling.
weight management for wrestling is the hydration testing. So what we do is we charge each school per wrestler, and then a referee goes to that site and does that. We bill that to them, then they pay us back, the school pays us, we pay the assessor, and then the money that's generated then purchases the scales for state and any other equipment that we need to run wrestling for state. Jay called it special projects. I don't like special projects because it's not a special project. It's the weight management project. It's all wrestling based. So that's what that is.
I'm just making sure it wasn't a couple
Whoa, no, it's not. Okay, it's not.
I guess start weighing us before we come
Wow. It says the man who walked in with donuts. Anyway. But that's what we're gonna way out.
Ellen,
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison, under that officials registration for that AR.
Yes.
I just want to remind you that they have not billed us yet, still
Correct.
$4 per each registration.
And that's why I'm still there. We don't know where that bill is showing up.
Maybe never.
Maybe never. And we had that meeting the other day, and he did not even flinch when we said that.
Well, yeah, he made a comment, he was gonna check.
Yeah. So it's $4 per official is what we anticipate.
any other questions, comments regards to the 25-26 budget? Looking for a motion?
Proposal to approve the budget.
We have first, Alex,
Second, ma'am.
thank you, sir. We have the first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Seeing that there's none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Okay, so moving on to my actual favorite budget that I got to do. And by the way, that is as sarcastic as I could possibly make it because, wow, I'm not an accountant. And know that without any fail. Yeah, part 5 years. 5 years.
So the second get up.
So one of the things Mr. Kenny asked for when I was first brought in was a 5-year projection. You are now being presented with my 5-year projection. I'm very excited about our 5-year projection, based on the things we're doing, places we're going, and the people we're seeing. Well, Dr. Seuss, well, it is Dr. Seuss. It's the one book that was banned from any graduation ceremony. Oh, here it is. So in front of you right now is a 5-year projected budget for 25-6 all the way out to 29-30. I'm not gonna waste your time with percent numbers. all the research I did on us as an association, I believe a 2% growth factor is a good number. I project this out at 2% growth using the previously just approved numbers for the 25-26 budget. You can see where we're going revenue wise for 25 all the way up to 30. By the end of 30, I expect our total event revenue to be approaching the $1.5 million mark. Things that are highlighted in yellow are the areas that I really did want to take just a moment to share with you guys. You can see the dues increase up to $712,000 with the new growth. Those are numbers that are not part of the 2%. Those are the new dues. NFHS sanctioning and BPS, please look at those numbers. Look at the difference we're looking at just in the next 5 years. We're going to go from 160, which is on the low side of the projection, to just north of 220. That's the deal that the association made to be a part of the NFHS network. That's really going to start to pay off. And I just got notified that we are in possession now, and I'll be sharing it with Paul, a 10-year rolling contract. And they expect the numbers to be even better if all the states sign on. Half of them, it was a race to see who was first to sign up for it. I don't sign anything until I send it to Paul, and with everything going on, I sign it to him. But it's very lucrative on the part.
Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, President Sloan and Mr. Jackson. When we met with the NFHS network and with Play On about some of this, they showed us there are tiers, and the longer you are with them, the more that number increases. Mr. Jackson has the number set here. It's gonna be close, but the more schools that we have in our association that then also join up with the NFHS network through pixel art cameras, whatever else, that number continues to then increase. And projections they showed us for 5 years ago forward, that number's going quick.
We are very fortunate. We've been doing it since the beginning.
Yes.
The other thing we are now monitoring, and I never thought I would ever monitor this, we are watching the population of the state of Nevada. Because right now we're sitting at a little over 3.2 million. The minute we hit 4 million, we jump, not only do we jump a tier for the number of involved, we jump a tier for the size of our state. So we are in what they call tier 9, small population, small access. We hit 9, we jump into a whole category where these numbers are going to be so wrong, we're going to have to do this. So we are finally sitting in a seat with this, where this is going to help us into the 5, 6, 7 year mark. So we're very, very happy with the sanctioning of the BPS movies for 5 years. The partnership numbers, those are static. We know that. We will monitor that, and we will monitor the contract and the numbers that have to be met each year as we have before.
I have a question for you about the NFHS, like broadcasting and stuff. When do you come in?
You'd have to know.
So I don't know about you, so we have a lot of issues with our campus. I could obviously affect some of this.
Yes. Viewership.
Do you guys have like specific people we can
Yes.
call? Because it's not exactly easy to get a hold of, and everything's automated, and they send you an email, and then they're like, we're gonna call you, but then they don't call.
Right. So one thing that needs to be shared now is we were informed that they had a new process in place and a new response system, because the number, they do their system analysis every year, and the number one issue they had was service and service response. That was their number one area of stress, and they're changing all of that. We have the name, we have the number, you can give us a call, and we'll help you out, without a doubt. Because if the camera's down, the viewership's down, the memberships are down, memberships are down, our money's down. Straight line. So we're very
And
conscious
then
of that.
also, if you recall that last email I sent, stating that the agreement was approved, there's a laundry list of contact numbers on there too.
We need to know that. Okay,
If you're not getting a reply on that, just,
Like,
you text me a lot, so
Yeah.
just
that's fine.
give me a buzz, and I'll get right in touch with Mark or Finn or whomever.
And different boards, each board.
Well, I think it's ironic, you just said a name, he just said 2 names. Now you see the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Bob.
Bob, for if I may go. So Tim, when a school is using a different video streaming format, I think we've got some of those here in North, correct?
You say,
So that takes away from the association's earning power to the NFHS.
it does.
Okay.
Right now, Southern Nevada is almost exclusively, I know CCSD is 100%, but almost exclusively on the network. And that produces a lot of what you're seeing here. And the more schools we can get on the network, the better off we are. Plus, the cost factor for schools is substantially lower if you join the network.
Would you agree with me that schools in the north that are using some alternative format are doing so because of the troubles they've had with service?
I don't even think they had fixed lot cameras to start with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
To update you, we have a meeting with, I believe it's Nancy. Who did you
Lauren.
Lauren. We have a
she's
meeting,
the group, yeah.
we have a meeting from a district standpoint with her in the next couple of weeks. We're actually finalizing a dispute in one of our schools who signed a contract. So there's some issues happening, so we're working on the administrator, the district working on board.
Good.
With this lot.
And I'll tell
So,
you,
Wallace, my hearing you saying that the district may then be dictating to Washoe County schools there in the north what format they must use through the contract act.
They'll be one of our partnering vendors who they could have the option to.
and I'll tell you too, there's a lot of perks, because for CCSD, I'm speaking of CCSD, everybody got cameras, there's no cost, there's no cost for fixed one. They'll come in, they'll put the cameras on the football field, in the gym, it's the subscription to the network, and I would tell you, it's nice.
So are we doing a good job then in getting that information to our schools here in the north so that they have the right information that they need? I just know there's.
I've been to both of those meetings, I've tried to express to them, get on the network, get on the network. I will tell you that sometimes it boils down to the old adage, Ford versus Chevy. I'm a Ford man, I'm not a Chevy guy. Or I'm a Chevy guy, I'm a Ford guy. I don't want it, I don't want that camera, I want this camera. So I don't think that that's really, one or two offs is not gonna kill us, but the more on we get, the more volume we get, we're good. I don't believe it's our place to tell school which platform to use, but I think we have to share all the information so they know the benefits of using a certain platform over another. Nothing wrong with the public platform, nothing wrong with it at all, probably better camera or whatever somebody had said before, I don't dispute, whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, it augments our numbers, and those numbers, as you can see on this projection, are gonna grow bigger and better every single year the more schools we get on.
And also with huddles,
Yeah.
I mean, there's a huge, and I'm tell you, the network came in handy when I was at state baseball, and it started to hail, rain, wind, and all that. And Doug in my office, we ran to his car, we got my phone on the dash, went on an NFHS network, watched me into the baseball game. Meanwhile, it's pouring rain and but it's nice too, because state playoffs, I can sit in my office and watch games from the north, vice versa.
The goal would be that Washoe County schools will have the option to choose one.
So like uniform.
Huge, with approved leadership within the district.
Yes.
So I kind of curious, I'm gonna follow up with, it seems to me that coaches, particularly football coaches, from either Huddle or the NFHS, basketball coaches, soccer coaches might have an idea. People often say, they prefer Huddle because of the film sharing, and because you can download it, showcase kids and whatnot. But I feel in my position, equally with others in my position, that there's a lot of partial information, and yet when students finally see the bill, they go, what the heck? They don't really have an understanding. So I don't know if it's this board's job to teach us, but to help us understand and help us understand the differences. But between different platforms, I think would be real beneficial, and may create a little less anxiety with
So almost facilitate the training session with superintendents about streaming services.
Yeah, and I said politely and respectfully, but I think, some know and some don't. And, those who don't, it could be somewhat of a, more of anxiety. Particularly, like I said, when they see the bills, they go, what the heck? And the other part I kind of discovered is that, some of the people that work with for Huddle are pretty good salesmen. And it's, in respect, they're not to make product. But when they're selling their product and it sounds good, and it becomes an easy sell, and all of a sudden, well, hey, what the heck, I didn't know about this or know about that, so just.
Yeah, just look over here. Well, I just said, and I don't want to get too far on the weeds, but with just rural access to Wi-Fi and internet and those kinds of pieces can certainly impact the number of schools we have in the state of Nevada that are living that world. And I would classify Reno High School as kind of a rural site with respect to that, because we looked into fixing a lot of cameras on that football field, and that was going to come through trenching through the middle of Pete Savage's baseball field. Don't even think about it, across the east side of the track, or under the east side of the track, across the football field, across the west side of the track, just to do those things. It was just not possible 6 years ago for us. So,
Yeah, but I see, like CCSD, it works so well for us in Southern Nevada. We still have schools that do have, they choose to do that one as well, if they have a camera. And then they do have breakdown down, play on is over big slot. There's a lot of components. And that's, I shared it with Rollins, and we could sit here for 3 hours and talk about it. So, Xavier.
And you kind of took a little bit of the business, shared with everyone can be on Pixelot.
Yes.
And then when everyone's on Pixelot, then the NFHS streaming becomes much simpler.
Yep.
The coaches, as Dennis mentioned, as possible, can still get Huddle, but not every coach wants Huddle, right? A lot of coaches are not doing a quick cut because it's a cheaper alternative to Huddle. Does Huddle have some great features? Yes. Do coaches prefer Huddle? For the most part of the state, yes. That doesn't mean that NFHS network can disrupt their use of Huddle. So, much as Pam stated, if every school can get the network for free, streaming is not taken care of.
Yep.
Now, add those layers of wanting to add Huddle, add quick cut to the liking of the school and the coaches.
sounds like a great topic for another conference.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay. So you see that would bring our total revenue for the next 5 years out to just north of 3 million at the end of 29-30. Then we move into expenses. I used, like I said, the consumer price index went with a 3% across the board cost increase every year. I will tell you that this is actually a live document multiplier. So as the CPI changes, I will change it and make sure we adjust accordingly. I went to 3% across the board because I think that's an equitable number, because officials are looking at raises every other couple of years, maybe 2%, 3%, whatever that case may be. Facility expenses are going to go up, security will always go up, trophy support will always go up, and we moved out that way. The other expenses down here, you will note that the salary cost of part-time help. I can tell you that we have members on our staff that have been working 6, 7 years without raises across the board. And I think we could look at those as 2% as appropriate, but I do think we need to build those in, whether it's within the policy manual or just an agreement that we do that and make it a board action. But you will note that at the end for 25-26, the 500 includes the cost of the new assistant director. For the next meeting, Rollins, I will provide you some breakdown of what each position costs. Okay. Salary costs, part-time help, etc. I increased conference costs, travel expenses, everything, just straight across the board. Please note that in 27-28, with the dues increases and our projected, I anticipate the ability to hire another assistant director to start bringing our staff up into the areas where we should be. That would bring our total to 4 assistant directors and an executive director, and we're getting closer to mirroring the states of our size and our expanse, and that'll allow us to provide even better services. I want to make sure that the board understands that what we have had to do for the last many, many years and to the credit of my predecessors across the board, they've never really stated it this way, is when we view things that aren't getting done as an association membership, looking at this, as our office staff, it wasn't that they were ignoring the problems, they just couldn't get to it. And we can start to get to things, and I think that's very important. If you turn the page, that's just everything else going up accordingly across the board. At the end there, if you look there, at the end of 26-27, I project we'll actually have a $96,000 surplus. $76,000 at the end of 27-28. You may say, well, why? That's when we added the new person. 41 and then 4. So if we continue on our current path, continue to do things the way we're doing them, I see no need for dues increase even being discussed until 2031. And I think if we can look out that far into the future and say, we're looking pretty good unless something catastrophic were to happen, I think we're setting pretty good financially for the future, including some growth and including providing more services to our members. Any questions about the 5-year? Yes, Mr. Woodward.
Peter, or just salaries, you say you budgeted around 2 to 3% increases already?
I did, that's what this represents. 3%, yes, 3% all the way out, yes. Now, whether the board grants them is irrelevant at this point. You say no, we just take that number down to 0. But I put it just there just in case. Do I think we need to go with a 3, 6, 9, 12%? No. Compounded, I don't think we need to do 12. I don't think we need to do 3 every year, but I do think we can look at augmenting our salaries for our employees. Thank you. Yep.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you for making me do that. It was really informative. I want to be honest with you. I hadn't thought of it in this scope, and it's very,
Let me ask you this, this is just a 5-year projection,
Yes.
this doesn't even be voted on, it's just discussed,
I don't think so.
just discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you.
And then I will bring back the next board meeting with the information that Ron's looking for. And with that.
Any other questions? We can close this up.
Yep. What's that?
All right, let's go to we'll go on to item number 25 on page 116.
So one of the things that Ms. Sloan has always asked for, and I think we finally got to deliver it in this page here, was a hosting expectation guide of some sort for all members and schools. And what you'll see over the next few pages is a live document of checklists that if you've never hosted an NIAA sanctioned event, whether it's regular season or postseason, these are the things you should be thinking about as you are welcoming teams and parents and fans and officials to your venue. This document took on a life of its own, and I want to thank Kate for her leadership of the membership committee, because they pushed on this as well. But the one thing we discovered was we shared this amongst ourselves. Ms. Wonder has experience in softball. Ms. Segroy has a vast experience in volleyball and track. I am football, basketball, and baseball. And Bart is tennis, bowling, swimming. And we all, and you got it today. And we all had just different expertise areas. And when we shared this out, these documents were 4 or 5 items under each thing, because they were what I thought. And you can see they're very comprehensive. If you've never hosted an event for us, you can take a look at this and say, I need to make sure we do this, or maybe I don't. Some of these things will not matter. They won't apply. Some of them will. And as we look at these, we're going to continue to add these and make these available online for our hosts so that they can see what to expect. But I think this is good. We have something in place now that will help and assist, and we're going to continue to push these out to our schools and our members so that they can take a look at them and, see what they have.
Okay.
I just wanna say it's also, so it was shared as an Excel, it's on our website as an Excel document for them to add to it, because different sites, different size schools have different needs, and that way they can take away things that aren't necessary. Programs, editable.
No, and I want to thank, I think I've been asking this for about 2 years. And this is very comprehensive, I think it'll help, because I think the fear is, because we have such a huge turnover, it's the fear of what do I have to do? I know how to do a game, but now it's postseason, there's a lot more expectations, especially now, like baseball, softball, we never charged, and I have to block it off because we're charging. So thank you, staff, for putting this together.
Well, and I also think additionally, we need a basic blueprint for all the schools in the state, whether, you know, want to host a championship or all of our schools and their athletic facilities should be looking like this. And this should be a goal of all of our schools, all of our programs. They should have the expectation of, we shouldn't be a school built that's not built to host something. And I really think that this is something that needs to go out to all the athletic departments, all the schools, all the athletic directors, so that we can get some of our schools. I know in our district itself, we have schools that have horrible athletic facilities. And I do think it's not only the school's responsibility, but the district's responsibility to upgrade those facilities and at least have a plan of attack to address those issues as far as equity and quality is concerned in our, there's a huge discrepancy in our fields and also.
It's a safety issue too.
And I love the effort that I know they take the leadership on what those expectations are. Because the reality here is just that every school in the state should have the opportunity to host if they want to host.
Yes, sir.
Allen Townsend officials liaison, do we have something, where we have like timeline for that specific day? Let's say we're doing volleyball, at 60 minutes prior, teams enter the gym, you know, at 30 is the coin toss, at, you know, 10 is this is when the national anthem occurs. Play, obviously, whatever, at the end of the game, officials, medals are distributed, then awards are given, you know, do we have anything kind of laid out for that?
Or David said, like, yeah, we do when we go to a major venue like Allegiant Stadium, for instance. I have detailed by the second of what everybody does when. When we go to have that stuff. For a game that's hosted at a school site, can't always plan that stuff out that far in advance, because then somebody's bus shows up late and blows the entire time out of the water. The regular season stuff is not something that we're gonna get into too much. When you get into, even baseball, softball is difficult. You don't always know how much warm-up time you're gonna have between games, you get into the type of setup. A lot of that's fly by night. Could we give examples on that? Yeah, but you've really got to be adjustable. Even in the Legion, we have to tweak a little bit when a game goes long. And some of you have been there to see me rushing out to meet the officials right away. Okay, this is what changed. Here's what we're doing when. But we can do that timeline for certain situations. I don't know that it's always going to apply across the board because of other factors.
Allen Townsend?
Yes.
I was just thinking more along the lines of, you know, here's just the flow of things, whether we have to stick a time put on it anyway, but as long as we know, like, okay, here's what we gotta do next, here's what we do next, here's what we do next, so we don't like miss something in between, and as we learned at our conference that certain things or individuals or whatever felt left off, so that we don't miss something like that.
Got it.
Tim, thanks.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I kind of feel like it's not necessarily like that would be a site-based or.
Well, let me bring some clarity here. Here's what we had happen. At a couple of sites in the postseason, it went A, B, C, D, and it was smooth as butter. A couple of sites went A, C, F. They skipped a few things. And then at one site, we had officials, they couldn't get off the elevator, and they're fighting over who can throw the ball at a game, and Bart's running around looking for him, Ellen's going, where in the heck are our officials? And our teams are starting to warm up and they're looking around going, there's no officials on the floor, let's dump. And so I see what Ellen is talking about. I think what we need to look at is, we need to come up with a, without times in it, a timeline order. We can do that. I think that's a really good idea. Now that I get the, don't put times on it, just put, hey, teams are warming up, officials are on the court, field flat. We can do that.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but our PA scripts, some of them do say like 30 seconds, you know, 30 minutes, like a little bit of like before kickoff.
So, we can put something together. Just give it a guideline. Because I don't know how, you know, I'll be honest with you, I know how Art does medals for officials, I know how I do medals for officials. The two of us aren't the same. I go out and I may just give the official, that the lead referee here the medals, distribute them. Art probably go out there and shake hands with every single one of them and hand them a medal. I'm 5 steps away from that moment, where Bart's 5 steps into the moment.
Yes.
The other thing, and I do like the idea of this, because I will tell you one of my pet peeves when I go to an event and we say the start time is 7 o'clock. That's when the warm-up clock runs out. We haven't done the introductions of players, we haven't done the national anthem, and our 7 o'clock game started at 7:08, and we're basically baseball.
Yeah.
When you go to the bigger venues, we run that stuff, the start time is the start time. That's when we're throwing the ball in the air, kicking it off. And I'd love to see that at other places, but again, you get tripped up, basketball, volleyball, when you're sticking multiple matches on the court in a row, whether that's on a random Tuesday and you've got 3 levels playing, or whether that's a yes, we can do kind of order of things and kind of a when to start this kind of thing.
Cool. Okay. All right. Anything else on this one, folks? Okay.
You guys can take about a 5-minute break, and then we will go back to item number 20. Thank you.
The camera will stay on.
back on?
More.
All right, everybody, I'd like to go to item number 20 on page 92. Trophy award and medal presentation, the first over to Mr. Jackson.
So, as you're aware, we had sent out an RFP for trophies and awards, and that is a supplemental pack you received. Those were the companies that responded back and provided samples. Others provided bids. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't have a copy of my own packet. I forgot mine. Thank you. So, my version of paper is, so we had, I believe it's, there are 4 bids in there. We had Champion Awards present, their bid for, Champion Awards submitted their proposal to us. They are a company out of Sparks, they are local. You can see they answered the questions that we asked. I will tell you some of the major areas I wanted to focus on were shipping costs. And shipping costs are exorbitant. And the NIAA signed new title partner and representing partner shipping. I'm sorry, I read the wrong line. The shipping will be available through UPS at cost. So this bid will be in addition to the bid they provided. Will have some additional. Oh, okay. Thank you. No. That will be, there will be an additional cost of shipping on that as well. The timeline is a 2-week timeline, 2 days on certain aspects there that you brought. Thank you. Multiple warehouses. I know that one of the concerns we're addressing is the ongoing tariff war, trade war that we're worried about. Just being honest, a lot of our products are foreign manufactured and American distributed, but we're cognizant of that. They provided their bid for their items. The one thing I want the board to pay close attention to is the size. While the price may be relatively lower comparatively, please note that the size of the second place state trophy would be 5 inches in size, and for reference, leave the base on the trophy over there. The base alone is about 5 inches. So it would be a substantially smaller trophy, maybe the palm size of my hand. Regional plaques are 7 by 6, which is about the size of a sheet of paper. So they are substantially smaller than we have, and I try to guide you and try to give you reference. And their total, they only gave us a cost per item to do the math ourselves, but we can do that out if we needed to. These are actually an alphabetical order now that I look at that. Mr. Ingram, if you don't mind, I'm going to bypass you since you're here. Okay, thank you. What's that? What's that? Okay, so welcome home. We're going to skip over here. We are actually here to answer questions. Next is Jostens from Mark Lee in our current rep. And you can see the Jostens have some comprehensive information about their company, their expertise. They would be the current provider of the trophies that we currently have. Their qualifications and expertise. The trophies would not change in size. They would be exactly the same as what we currently have. The schools that they provide for the band. I will tell you that in the RFP, the banners were in there. Currently, the banners are provided through Playfly at 0 cost to us. So we can choose to look at their banner cost, or we can choose to ignore it. Anybody that asked about the banners, I told them that was not a defining factor in the bid. We had already secured that if they wanted to provide it, they could. And on page 11 of their proposal, you can see their pricing breakdown. That is for what we currently have, using what we currently get. Their subtotal there comes to 125,662. Please note that there are some conditions there that they would adjust their prices for new tariffs or cost increase. And the shipping and handling is not included in the award. So that would be 125,000 plus shipping And I will, I'm gonna, go off on a little bit of a sidebar on this right now, to let you know that what we have done here recently, to the best of our ability, is coordinated shipping north and south. So if we know we need state championship football trophies for these divisions, when we order them to be shipped to the south. We order this to be shipped to the north as best we can. When it doesn't work out correctly or something occurs, what we use is Bart driving north or me driving south or vice versa. The board has, to mitigate costs, the board has provided me, part of my contract, a travel stipend for my vehicle. I don't put in mileage. To save those costs, our plan is to continue the process we have with them being shipped to a central location and then throwing them in the back of my truck or throwing them in the back of Park's car when we have to, go on trip, and driving them back and forth, because at the end of the day, I'll be quite honest with you, it is actually cheaper for us to rent the U-Haul and move them ourselves than it is having shipped at another place. What's that? Considerably cheaper. Our shipping costs were exorbitant this year, and that was even with our coordinated efforts. So shipping is a major concern we have, so we're worried about that. The next one is MTX, which is mixedtrophies.com, or mixedtrophies.com. They provided some samples. They are, yes, sorry.
What did you budget for trophies again?
140.
140, thank you.
Yep.
140. Thank you.
MX Trophies is out of Carson City. They have their breakdown as well. The plaques are 8 by 10. The trophies are 14 inches and 12 inches. To put in perspective, the current trophy is a little over 22 inches right now. So it's about the half size of the current state trophy, roughly. Their total is there at 83. Again, shipping is, shipping, UPS, which is a cost in and of itself. The medallions are the 3-inch. The banners, they did provide a bid for the banners for 17. So in essence, their bid would come in a little bit lower than 83, it'd be minus 17, which takes you down to 66. Thank you, Bart. But that does not include the shipping, and there's that one. They have their samples here for us. They are acrylic trophies, and some of them are right over there. Who is this? I'm sorry, guys. So this is MTX. The ones over there are they're champion trophies. Isn't that what that is, right? I'm sorry. So yeah, they're not attached. Just to let you know, we'll do a drop test on awards as well.
Okay, so we're walking around with, let's clarify that this is champion.
This is champion.
Okay.
This is champion.
Oh, look at the banner.
It's
It's the first thing that they want to show variety.
Okay, Tim. Yeah. And those.
I apologize. Yeah, there's champion and then there's precision.
You guys, hold on here. Let's get some order. I would love conversations. I think we misunderstood this company.
Yeah.
Hang on, Jay, I'm gonna go and keep it real quick.
Hey, Tim, just so you're aware, the bids for MX and the bids for, this is just the number of, as far as the number of trophies provided by each.
Correct.
One's like 8,900, one for 125 is a bid for 8,900 trophies, and the other one bid for 6,900. So, from price perspective, that's not, I don't know which one represents what you actually need.
Right.
Trophies, which one represents what we actually need?
Let me give it Jay, as he looks.
Yeah, it's the same question, can we just get just the number for each group? It's really hard to try to figure this out, all the different numbers. Okay, can you just say which company is bidding that what number?
So Johnson's bid is 125, that's for 8,900 pieces.
Correct.
MX's bid is for 83,000, but it's for 6,900 pieces, not including the baggers. So is the baggers included in Johnson's?
No.
So they don't, we're not comparing apples to apples. The numbers are not the same.
Right.
In the bids for us to choose, I don't know.
Yeah. No.
Yes, so do you know, Tim, how many pieces we need, which of them is a more accurate representation of what we actually need?
I'm verifying right now. Okay, so the numbers in the champion proposal of 105, 105, 160, 110. You see where I'm at?
Yes.
Okay, those numbers correlate correctly. So I will, so the number needed is accurate, is correct.
So the number of the champion
This page right here,
is accurate.
those are the numbers we requested.
Those numbers for champion do not include those.
There are no banners included for that, right? But there are banners included there.
There are banners.
Yes, yes.
That's 7,180 pieces total.
Yes.
Champion, which MX and Justin's.
Correct. Going to the Jocelyn's bid. Jocelyn's bid, what I'm gathering from these numbers just right here are the Jocelyn's bid is going based on what we have ordered this year. So it's, okay, it's more of a, this year, this is our order because they have 280 officials points. We put the number at 300 because I can tell you, Martin, I discussed that, and that was the number we wanted to see just so we would have enough because the officials points vary. The medals, what they did were this year's. We requested 2,400. They provided 2,124. Yeah, this is exactly this year's order. So this is what we ordered from them this year.
What's that total?
$125,662.56. There's actually going to be more because we had to get some additional medals. So. Okay, moving to the MX trophy bid. Okay. They're not the exact right numbers. Their medals. Their medal number 5, is a combination of officials medals, regional medals, and state medals. So they're charging the same price for all medals. They threw in banners. But everything else, 105, 105, 160, 110 is the same. So you can remove from them the banner if you choose, or you leave the banner together with reduce the banner.
And then its totals would be
$83,115.
The champions is only total 30,000. That should be.
Well, I think first and foremost with champion is the size of the awards. They're substantially smaller. So Tia, would you go grab the trophies that were from champion? Okay. Okay. Hold on, I'm champion sent the trophies. The champion didn't send trophies. I apologize. MX did not. Check that. MX is the over there, and so is, and Jocelyn did not send any. Yes. Yes.
In this entire
Yeah, they're here, so we're bringing them up next.
Any other questions before we bring up? Any other questions? Yes, so.
Maybe you're gonna break this up, so, Ellen Townsend, officials liaison, so is precision industrial engraving another one?
Yes. Okay, so if you look at precision and industrial engraving, you will see there's the one that's throwing me off. Too many letters. Precision industrial engraving, they have pictures that correlate with the samples to the right. Or your left. My right. Their numbers are 105, they're correct. 160. Yep. Precision industrial engraving is out of the Elko area.
Any questions?
Questions so far?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
On the MTX trophies, total award was 83,115.
I'm assuming that that will also entails 17,000 for the banners. At the bottom of the page.
Yes, it's the,
So if there was no banner, we're making a sequel, no banner, someone gave a quote without banner. Subtract that 17 from that 8. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
And you have to go through this. It's important to remember that we do not have to go with the quote lowest bidder. We go with the lowest responsive bidder. Okay.
And does this decision have to be made today?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I see, like, just, that's you, I think you were.
Okay.
yes, Mark.
Thank you, President Sloan. The other thing to remember with these bids is they do not include the shipping part. The shipping part of it is a major component. I don't want to do one way or another, just what shipping costs are now, where things are coming from now, but that's something.
Jason.
Just maybe I just missed something. Were they given a template of what you wanted for a champion trophy? With one or black?
They were not, they were given that, and they were also provided any other pictures or information that they requested. So a couple of them asked for pictures of what we currently have, pictures of our medallions, the sizes. I had the ruler, I provided whatever they needed. Anybody that asked, some didn't ask, simply just, some of them just sent in. So.
Because it's difficult when you just look at the numbers.
Right.
We're not comparing the same thing.
No.
Comparing the 12-inch acrylic to the 21-inch.
Yeah.
Wood. Those are
Yeah.
Very different things, yes. And I'm glad we have the samples that we do have. I can tell you that.
Bob?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, one of the things I've noticed and I think about, what does a kid take home? And kids are getting medals, and I see significant differences in prices of the medals. And I see the words acrylic, and then I see cast, and I think that's a big difference that we should be focusing on. And then the other thing is the size of the medal. I see anywhere from 2 inches to 3.5 inches on those medals, and you're ordering 6,400 of them. And I see them as cheap as $3 for 35 cents, and as expensive as about $8. But I also focus on the thing that this is the thing we're ending for the kid, that the kid takes home.
And I think it's also important that while we've had a trophy of a certain size prior, that doesn't mean we have to stay with this trophy of a certain size moving forward, or we can't. When this has been done before, 13 and 17, the trophies changed. Well, they changed from 13 and then 17, they continue the same style. So the Jocelyn's are very similar to the one we're going to see coming up here shortly, but it was a change. So moving forward, we are not beholden to a size trophy, but at the same time, we know what we've had in the past. So I think that's an important thing. And the difference between a 3-inch medallion and a 2-inch medallion and a 3.5-inch medallion are, significant when you start to put them into perspective. So I think we should look at that as well. At this time, I'm going to invite the incomes up. They are here today to answer any questions about their bid, which is in your packet. So you gentlemen, come on up.
Did the precision include banners or?
No.
There, my total for that is 125, 330. That gives anyone that it came to. Each trophy, which are all the same exact size. Assuming that Tim, you're saying their numbers are correct?
Yes.
They're around 125.
Precision.
125. All right.
All right, if you want, thank you for being here. I'm good. It's been a while.
Yes, my father is getting older.
Brief background on our business, we've been in business since 1949. We've been selling awards to California CIF.
state in 8 sections since 2006. The awards that you see that TIA has, right in that front, we developed that new series of awards in 2013. And it was 2013 to 2017, we sold these awards to the NIAA. So these are our designs. 2017, the board awarded the bid to Jostens. And then here we are. What questions would you like me to answer?
Questions? We got them. Anybody have any questions? I'll hit on the one that applies to our office most directly. What are we looking at in shipping?
If everything's delivered to Sparks, then we will deliver everything free of charge to Sparks.
Okay, thank you.
No delivery charge.
And for the record, how far away are you guys located in case there's an emergency with a fire?
One day UPS.
You guys, please listen.
We're one day UPS from Merced to Reno. So we can either ship something in an emergency, we get all of our stock in bulk. Or the wood is a domestic product made in either New Mexico or South Carolina. The metals are outsourced to China, as everybody else does. The metal industry got killed in the United States about 20 years ago when the EPA got involved with a whole bunch of regulations on things. Price of labor, we drove everything overseas. That's getting off in the weeds a little bit. The main answer to the question was if everything is delivered to Sparks, no delivery charge.
So with that said, you have to give them down south.
Very good. So, yeah, so what it would be a continuation of the current process of moving them north and south.
Be more of it.
Just be more up, yeah, that would be more up. Yes.
Any other questions?
So the bid that you have in front of you, 2,133, that's 82,133, there is no sales tax.
Tim, their number is correct, well, check with your.
Yes.
It's not easy.
Correct.
Yeah, the total quantities that you see there are 105, 105, 160, 3,800, et cetera. Those are based on the RFP, they're complying with those numbers.
Thank you.
Let me ask this question. So the one on the chair state championship, the one looking down below you, right there, is that state academic? What award would that be?
That was a Hall of Fame that we did for the NIAA, when we were the NIAA vendor.
Okay, yeah, then, okay, and then the other one would be the regional?
Yes.
Okay,
Regional or league, I'm not sure if you're still doing league, but at the time in 2013 to 2017, it was regional and league. Yeah, they both use the same award, 14 by 18 solid elements. And the medals that you have on the proposal, those are my designs. That's not something that we subbed out to somebody else, I've been a graphic artist for 40 years. So we design everything in-house.
One question. I'm assuming there's a cost factor year over increase in cost, or is this a 3-year bid? This is what it will be for 3 years.
3 years.
That's the way we did it when we originally did it.
Okay. So this is a 3-year lock bid. We can put that number in our budget. Won't change unless we order more than the allowed.
Right. Unless the wheels fell off the wagon and you had to take a wheelbarrow full of cash to go to Starbucks.
You got it.
yes.
Just question on the township officials liaison. So as we always do, we need extra medals because we forget or something happens. Or the price of the medals then
It'd be the same.
the same, and we just have to pay for the shipping.
So what I do is, let's just say that the number of medals in 10 is 1,300 and 2,400. I buy 4,000 and 2,600. So I got 200 in stock, but I can go back to the back wall and another one. I can pull out what's needed because everybody knows we don't have time to get full. Our manufacturer in Taiwan. Get
extra medals in, we can still turn that request over in just a couple of days, because I was by extra.
Any other questions?
Let me ask you a question. They were supplied this work.
Yes, they were.
So what was the difference, why did we?
On the record,
Yes.
that we are right now, from what I understand, Johnson's came in and the bid was, the contract was awarded to Johnson. I cannot address it directly. I wasn't privy to it. I wasn't on board at that time. I don't know if Bart has any information to remember.
I wasn't on board at that time. When you have people around the table to work, part of the Johnson's at the time, they were not charging us for shipping.
Okay,
That was a big factor in that.
okay, well, now we're in terms.
Yes. Well, that in 2013, 2017, that was a requirement on that RFP that all the the awards proposal had to include shipping costs. That was a separate line, it could not be a separate line item that fluctuated.
And that, I can tell you that shipping costs came into effect 2 years ago with Johnson's. So was the contract that had been done.
So as far as extra metals go,
It's metal.
as far as extra metals go, it's important for me to reiterate, because we do carry extra metals on your behalf. Anything that you would need, we can ship on the spot. It's only one day UPS to read that.
Other questions? Questions for me?
I just want to say thank you for driving over the hill and taking your time to come visit us. It shows a lot of your company and who you are, and we appreciate that very much.
Thank you. 240 miles in 5 hours yesterday. But who's counting?
Just one little side note, my father opened up the business 76 years ago in March 1949. He taught me how to engrave when I was 15. When I played high school and college sports, I loved it. He originally opened it up as a jewelry store. He was the original hand engraver. And then he purchased a little small engraving machine about 1953. Taught me how to engrave when I was 15. I'm 84 now, and I'm still working. I'm driving all over the place. He's keeping me busy now.
There you go.
Right. And we've never been late with an order yet.
Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, Mr. Jackson. Do any of you, here's the thing, we do need to vote on this today because fall is right around the corner, believe it or not. So I'm gonna start with Mr. Jackson, and I would like to know I would like to ask for your recommendation.
I think all the trophies that were provided to us are beautiful. There's not one that I'm not saying is. I will say that I do not think we should reduce the size of our state championship trophies. I think, I'm gonna go back to, 2013, I believe it was at Red Rock Casino. When the first time I was privy to setting in a bid process for trophies of this nature. And I was at lunch with, Carolyn. I was at lunch with Carolyn Edwards. I know. And Miss Edwards asked me to return into the room with just her. And she said to me, if you were a kid, what would you pick? And I said, I would want to hoist something over my head that looked like it was a state championship trophy. And to me, that's the pin. You're putting a trophy over it, watching a hockey player hoist the Stanley Cup, the Lombardi trophy. I think if we were to go to them and say, we're going to reduce the size of those trophies, I don't think that would behoove us very well. I love that word. And I don't think it would work. I look at this as from twofold. One, what I'm looking at is very similar to what we currently have. And that's no slam on Ingrams and no slam on Johnson's. That just simply says, to me, those are the two we're choosing between, right? The shipping to me is an unbelievable trouble. cost. And it would be cheaper for me to rent a U-Haul, put them in the truck and take them down to my garage and store them in my garage for the summer than it is to ship them with UPS or FedEx or the postal service. That being said, quality, service, and the product. I think we have a difference. That's my recommendation.
Dan. I was being funny wearing Sean's medals yesterday. No, they actually, they actually gave me the Andy today because we were able to look, and I actually don't think it's similar quality. I think they actually have better quality than what he got at state this year, so in my opinion, that's the better value.
Yeah, the medal that he showed is definitely out of normal use.
Right.
Remember, 100 years doing this.
The ones for anywhere, they're all the same size. Which two bids were all the same size trophies?
Ingrams and Johnsons.
And the other ones were all smaller.
Smaller or just a little, yeah, a little off. Some of them were substantially smaller, but the Johnsons did and.
Which one was substantially smaller? Maybe we can just start with the
Champions.
name. Eliminate, I think it was champions, maybe, or champions.
I don't want to say that. Champions was substantially smaller.
And so, yeah.
Jason, I'm sorry.
The MTX trophy was also.
And Philly?
And Tim, the difference was 82,000?
Yes.
And that's your program.
Which one? Ingram was 82 flat, yes. With no chip.
Yes.
I make a motion.
Absolutely.
I would like to make a motion to make Ingram trophies our trophy producer for the next 3 years.
You're first. We have a second by Pete. Any, all right, James first, Keith with the second. Any additional questions, comments? All right, hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Welcome back, fellas.
All right, let's move on. Potential getting down here a little early. All right, we're gonna go to page 128. And the policy manual. Mr. Jackson. 26. Page 128.
So this was first presented, last board meeting for an update and review. I had some suggestions sent to me, some questions that were asked, and I provided that update. And this is where we're at now. This is draft number 2 for the most part. On page 132, you will see that, oh, can I stop right now? Can we take this agenda items for a moment? I'd like to introduce Ms. Holmes. She is our bookkeeper, and I think everyone should put a name with a face. Good morning. And she's here. And Dennis is here, so you're safe, checked in on, he's good to go. But thank you very much. I just want to take a moment and say hello. Welcome. Please have a seat. Join us for lunch too. Thank you. So we've removed the bid process out completely. Because that actually is not part of the employee. Right. Yeah, there's no need for that to be in there. We also added in the appendixes that were referenced. They're in red. They start now on page 23. Clark County School District support for professionals pay grades for 2025, and the Clark County School District administrators and paratechnical employees base salaries for 2025. Those would be the references. On page 135. We have added a, thank you, Xavier, for this. We have added a salary band under the executive director for certified athletic administrator, CAA, and then a certified master athletic administrator, CMAA, really delineating that out more effectively and more accurately to what it is. And that's, correct me, what is the stipend in CCSD for CMAA?
1,500.
1,500, so it aligns with what CCSD does right now. So that they pay $1,500 for an administrator that has CMAA. And how many are there now in Clark County?
We've added Mr. Grande. So,
Okay, you'll be next. And next, let's just go back to way back when. How many were there when it was you and me?
4 total.
4 total. So they
But John took your spot basically.
yes.
I will say that also that the CAA is not recognized in CCSD, and conversely, in Nye County, Stodegard is 2,500 for CMAA.
1,500. Nice, nice. And it's very important, as you know, one of my objectives is to continue the growth of our CAA and CMAA program with the NIAA. Just a point of reference to remember that the CMAA is the Master Athletic Administrator, and the project there has to directly benefit the school and the students in which they're a part of. And I think that's important because if we get to that point, we are really, that's direct impact on kids. And I think that's a key factor of the CMAA project. Also for assistant directors, allowing for that CAA and the CMAA certification they bring in. I will say this is sometimes a little more difficult for, well, I can tell you right now, there's one executive director of the 51 that has a CMAA, as me. Because most of the positions at the state level carry degrees that are like business degrees. And they're struggling. We're trying to bridge that gap to that area so that we can help with that. Because, you know, one of the requirements is to serve in a school. Well, you may not have if you came from the business world or outside the business world. So we're working on that. Thank you, Ellen, though, for your question yesterday about that. Looking into it as an officials liaison as to what you can do. And I appreciate you looking at the NIAA from that standpoint. And again, at the end of my first year, thank you, Ellen, for all you've done. You've turned our officials position into one of value and critical needs for us. So thank you for that. Moving on again.
Hey, can we talk about the salary band?
Yes.
And I think it's an important conversation because a couple of things, and I'm gonna go back to prior years. Donnie Nelson was actually on a 40.
Mm-hmm.
There's some procedural things that were in place prior that are missing in this document. And like here, I have a copy of the 23-24. It says, all administrators under contract salaries shall be reviewed at the winter board meeting. Any additions, deletions, and or renewal recommendations will be approved by the Board of Control in the meeting and become effective beginning July 21st. And then it also said that the stipend for the CMAA would be $500. I also know that, let's see, it also says the executive director is responsible for the annual evaluation of all administrators and non-administrators. These reviews will be at the spring board meeting, and any and all recommendations become effective. Some of the stuff that was in place in past practice are, I don't see as are in this any longer.
Correct.
And I also see that salary ranges have increased immensely. And I don't know, maybe this needs to be pulled out because in prior years, anytime salary changes have occurred, it's always been presented to the board as a separate board item. Because I know the salaries of staff, and this is a significant increase. So
I think you're coming at this from the opposite of what this is trying to obtain. This isn't trying to change. What I'm trying to do is modernize the process and the policy manual, because the policy manual that we were operating on was severely outdated, had not been followed, and we were not complying with it. I have not indicated at any time, nor do I plan to indicate at any time, that the salaries will be adjusted directly to this, because I don't know if we can financially sustain that. But at the same time, I think we're also missing out on the fact that, the employee compensation hasn't been following the manual, and this would force us to follow the manual. The salary schedule also that was written, that you're referencing there, was pre-CCSD redoing their salary schedule. I believe they had the teams on that salary schedule at that time as well. So that had not been, while that might have had an update in it saying it was recent, the language in it hadn't been updated in it for many, many years. So that's why we started looking at this, I started looking at this, and trying to align closely with our districts as to what they're doing. If we're going to put the value of the CMAA or the CAA in there, why would we make it less valuable than the districts view it as? And so that's why we're trying to make that work in a sense. I mean, heck, I thought we were close to what Jason got. But I think that's important. The other thing is, I can honestly ask this question to the board. I don't think they've had a review of employee evaluations for a while. I think we need to get to that point, and that needs to be written into our policy manual so that we can do that. And I mean, you did Kate's, you were wrong, we'll saw Kate's, so Kate's was done. Bart didn't have that written in the contract. Bart doesn't have a contract that writes that. I'm glad we do that. We have no problem with it. But I think it's important that we set this down so that when we start to advertise for jobs, people understand where we're at and what we're looking for, because that's why we missed out on other employees applying for jobs, was we were substantially behind them, way behind them in what our salary offerings were, even for a 12-month position. So I think we need to make sure that that's where we're looking at this. I looked at the salary schedule as a range 46 as a director coming out of CCSD, being a director at the association, having the same responsibility above that of assistant principal at high school. That's where the 46 came from, because I believe that's what range. 46 is principal. Right. So I looked at that as comprehensive high school principal. And I thought that would be as an assistant, but the executive director of the association, I believe that would be comparable to the principal level of salary across the board. 46 would be. Right, yes. And then a 42 is where a director in the athletic office sits. And I believe that assistant director would be very comparable to that. And then administrative assistant, the range there is the same as a 12-month office manager in Clark County School District. 135. Thank you. Yeah.
So these are not salaries that would be implemented for the next year?
No, this is, there is nothing. This is just the policy manual so that as we move forward, because here's what's gonna happen. This is the guideline for when we reach out and hire. All of this can be negotiated, but I think we need to have it in place so that we know what we're planning for. Because the fact is, we have held status quo on so many salaries for so long, we've been outpaced by the districts.
And I know too that, and Paul corrects it, it's like every year, there's always already, in years past, there's been a review. Okay, this is everyone's salary, and I think Rollins asked for that too, and there was always a review. And so, Paul.
Well, there is that, but getting back to the purpose of the manual and the reason for the update, if you look at the draft that we had in place prior to this redraft.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, we deleted a bunch of things that should never have been, like the bid process and whatnot. And I'm not so sure we should do it with the financial or I don't know if that's necessarily needs to be part of the policy, but if you look at the per diems and things like that that were stated in Rule 1, it was like going back to 1970s. It was like $3.15 for it was not realistic. And so that's all Tim was doing, is bringing this up to 2025 standards, expectations. And so that's the purpose there.
So at this point, salaries are
It's not, I mean,
or maintained as is?
the employees of the, under salary contract or agreement at this point of where they are, and yes, Tim is doing reviews, right? And then to the extent there will be raises and that sort of thing, that will always come.
Okay.
So Tim, with the new positions, they would be under 42?
No, it would not, because it hadn't been approved. So this can't be approved today. My plan is to have the person in place at the September board meeting, so they will be hired under the old negotiated format. And we've advertised the job as a $90,000 to $100,000 pay range. And that's what they're fully aware of that coming in. This is moving forward after this is approved. If this is approved, we would then use this as our basis for hiring moving forward. Then, if you also look at my 5-year projected budget, I put in there, I built in some potential raises for current employees. That would be what I would use then with the board's approval to increase the current employee salaries, which are static and locked. There were no raises built in.
Up to this 42?
Yes, and never to go past it. They would, unless, once they got it, they would then be on that 42, and then that would be built into the raises that would be as they were presented to the board each year.
Would those raises also comply with the percentages of, if you're following the CCSD percentage, wasn't it?
Yeah, someone. Sorry.
So,
Okay, yeah,
and also you don't have, Ellen's position
correct,
and Ms. Cole's position.
correct, because they were part-time employees, and they did not have to, pay their PERS or insurance or any of that.
Oh,
They're part-time at will, so, they work at their leisure, and they work for us at our leisure, so that's why we did that.
oh, okay. I was curious on the
Yeah, independent contractor, same thing, that's what it is.
LLCs.
Ellen's an independent contractor.
Okay, no, that really helps me. Yes, Greg, I'm sorry.
I just have a question. Hey, Washoe County School District, technically, that's where the check comes from.
Yeah.
And why are we using Clark County pay scale? Wouldn't it be?
I'll answer that.
Go ahead.
So this is going way back in time with the NIAA. As you know, I've been doing this about 30 years, representing the association. The reason Washoe County got involved in terms of paying salary and benefits and whatnot was because of the fact that the office is here in the Sparks area, and salaries and benefits were based on government, school, district, salaries and PERS and that sort of thing. So it was easier to process. Washington County is in place to process payroll. Yes, it is what it basically is, so that it doesn't have to be billed by the association. But years ago, the association always agreed that salaries would be based on what was the structure in Clark County School District. And so that's just how it works.
It just seems like it'd be more simple. People in business office use the Washoe County pay scale instead of having that. But if the hardware of Clark County, say.
It's always been written Washoe/Clark County in previous years where the salaries are based.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah.
but I think to follow, pay, scales off of negotiated agreements, it's usually been the Clark County.
And the other thing the other thing I learned from talking to Sarah, who's the person I talked to there, the reason I get her number is because if we were to go in on the Washoe County pay scale, there are built-in raises. And we may not have approved those built-in raises, so that she could just give you the number, and then they factor all that for us. Okay.
Yes, Alex.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, my recollection is over a year ago, we as a board effectively voted for there to be a pay scale for the employees, so that it would be predictable, they would know where they're going, where they would be. That was something that we were voted for, and we wanted to see.
What I want to do with this is put the association in a position where I thought I was in year 27. I found out I'm in year 24 of the first plan. Apparently you learn to read very carefully. But what's that? I know she needs to handle all this. Anyway, anyway, what I want there to be is, Lord forbid, Bart, Kate, and I are in a car accident, you gotta replace all of us, and you need to have a basis for how we were doing this. That's why I looked at this. I wanted to make sure there was a process and procedure in place to replace and move on and keep the association in a position where we are attracting the talent. And not that we're not attracting talent, we have some applicants that have some talents, and we have some applicants that have great talents, and we have applicants that have amazing talents. And I'm looking forward to meeting with them. But I want to make sure we put our association in a position to attract the talent. So that's it. No, this is discussion. It's gonna go to go.
No, I appreciate your conversation.
On 138, we struck out the office will close each year during the NFS summer meeting, and non-administrative employees must take a week of vacation. There is no reason for that to be a mandatory vacation week. I don't see it. Our employees are very cautious and cognizant of their vacation days, or unfortunately lack thereof. Vacation days, and then, I want them to take their vacation and recharge when they can. We updated that, so we removed it. Maternity leave, we wanted to come in compliance. On page 140, I don't believe 6 is adequate. I don't believe it is. I believe 12 weeks is good, up to, and I think we would cover for anyone to allow them that time with their family as a new child is welcome in. We're about kids, so let's show that with practice. They'll leave them 6 weeks or 12 weeks. We've worked on a short staff. I think that's adequate and comparable with other organizations.
Good question. So, number 2, vacation time leave says non-administrative vacation. And directly below it says not to exceed 240 hours, which is 30 days. Those don't match, right? Am I reading that correct? I'm not.
Where you at?
I'm sorry, we're on page 138, literally the very last line. May not accrue more than 3 weeks of vacation, okay? And then the very next one, it says staff, not to exceed 240 hours, which is 30 days. So those don't jive, right?
Right. You are, and I think the word staff need to be changed to assistant directors. Okay. Yep.
Make sure, okay?
Yep. Thank you. And so you're aware, we maintain time cards that are submitted to me monthly from staff, so we know exactly how much time is accruing and how much time they have on the books. And that for the auditors, I sign off on those every month. They send them to me, I keep them, and I have them. But we're monitoring that, so I will make that direct range as well. Yours, thank you, Keith. Nice catch. Page 146, financial procedures, we struck that all out. There was no need to have any of that in there. That had to do more with operational ends of our practices of the board, not something that Bart Davis does as the assistant director. He doesn't need to worry about the bid process. Thank you, Paul. Staff travel protocols are in there. We've just updated those and made them more modern. I actually stole them off of the GSA for guides. That's the website to plagiarize and steal from. So I did. Those are some of the guidelines they recommend, and we are following those. I will tell you that if you look at the bottom of page 154, item number 8, post-trip reports, trip evaluation and knowledge sharing, that is one of our priorities, and we have more needs to share with what we picked up at those things. But also, we also turn in monthly expense reports that fall in line with that, so that we are aware of where we're going with spending our funds. Good stewards of the money. 156 is the Clark County School District Support Payroll. You see the pay grades and how it corresponds. 57 and 58 are the 12-month school administrative, paraprofessional, technical employee salary schedules as they are currently in place in CCSD. When we do go to the next version of this, they will be turned sideways and large. Yeah.
So change my mind.
Yeah. Sure.
Question.
Yes.
You just said it really fast, and I think I missed it. On page 146, with the financial, that whole section, financial procedures of the process, how come that was eliminated?
Because it has nothing to do with employee manuals. It's a process that's laid out by our board of control. I didn't even catch it all fit, get rid of it, it has nothing to do with the employee manual. The Kate's not gonna show up one day with, hey, I got a big process, let's go through it. So, she may recommend it, it's still gonna come to the board. So I will continue to revise and update, and I will bring this back again. Unless you have other questions.
One more, and I think I missed this too, just when we were talking about some of the reasons whatnot, when it's represented, in the upcoming year. It sounds like maybe that's September, but the winter time, January?
September and January, yeah.
Yeah, because September is the time when you want to hire the other person, correct? And then the manual is not gonna come into effect until sometime after. I'm assuming that voting through this would be in January, correct?
At the earliest.
Okay. When it does come to the salary pieces, will those be actual separate pieces? So we look at the position separately from the manual and then put the final of whatever was voted on?
Yes, per Robin's request today, what I'm going to add is a page that shows, I showed Rollins exactly what I was gonna put in. It's gonna have executive director, assistant director 1, assistant director 2, assistant director 3, assistant director 4, and then we'll be able to place the person into that slot.
Okay. And then, just one more question, sorry, because I wasn't obviously on the board when you took on the role of executive director, and I don't know how that differs when it comes to, and I think of superintendents at the school district levels, right? Where there's actually a separate contract that the superintendent has. Did you have a separate contract? So is that something that we would also have to then actually revisit first before we revisit this, to make sure that things are in line with what your contract says, or how does that?
So my first discussion with the board on this will not impact my contract at all. My contract is signed, good, everything else. When my next contract were to come up, if it were to come up, then it would be discussed based on where we were with this manual as well.
Gotcha, so your contract's basically based on manual?
No.
I guess
No. I had a 3-year contract independently negotiated between me and the board.
But your position's in the manual.
It is now.
Okay, maybe my questions will be answered.
No, there was in the previous employee manual, there was a section for the executive director's contract.
Yeah.
We didn't use that. We simply had a negotiation between me and the board.
So
Go ahead, Paul.
So I'll try to help answer.
Like I said, 'cause I wasn't right.
No, I know.
So I don't know what it says.
So when we, the last couple of executive director positions, or the last 3, we put out it's not a bid, but the fact that the position's open, and we put out certain expectations in terms of qualifications and that sort of thing, and then a salary range. And so whatever, once the board decided on who the new executive director would be, they usually turn it over to me to negotiate with the new person and to write a contract. And that contract's going back for directors. And so it was no different with Tim. And so we brought that back to the board agreed to announce, and then the contract was done and signed by the president at the time, and Tim. So that's a contractual issue. I understand your issue. Why is that then now?
Yeah, because I always saw that then as, because they work off of a separate, that position works off of its own contract.
I think that's not.
So that's my
I
clarification.
think that's a really good distinction, and I think perhaps the executive director should be taken out of the policy manual in terms of their salary and that sort of thing. I mean, the executive director is still subject to all the other things that are in here, but I agree with you. I should probably.
Yeah, be in there, but
because it's a separate contractual issue, because they are negotiating.
yeah, there you go.
I mean, if we go back to page 135, line, point 3A, executive director salary as negotiated. To get rid of all of that, based on the Clark County Administrative.
No, and that's, I just want to make sure we're in compliance with what was already agreed upon, because we already have another contract in place, and if this is going to conflict with that contract, then we need to go revisit the contract, right? That's all.
But you can go revisit it.
I can see.
Yes, Kate.
I was just gonna say, another option could just be to maybe reference by that formula, but that's, you know, finalized by.
Or had negotiated.
Yeah, so she could maybe use it as a guideline, so there's kind of a guide.
Okay.
I just, like I said, you could. then you-
So let me ask one more question about the salaries when you broke up the, I know it's new, that $500 for the CAA. And that's new
No, that's in it. It's in the old.
for the CAA, but the 1,500, is it 1,500 for the CMAs? That's it?
Yes, that's.
Okay, that one's new. And I really, no, I kudos, you know, and I think that's important that that's in there, and I, you know, we're so professional development driven, and I appreciate that out of you, and Kate, you have your CAA, right?
Working on the CMA.
Very good, good. Bart, what level do you have?
Do not. It's my education process, I was hired straight out of journalism.
Okay, but you still, let me just have this conversation. I believe that you still should take courses, 501, 502, based on the fact that you need to understand this world. And I know you're an outsider coming in, and I think it would be beneficial to you to take those summer courses. What are you doing? What are you guys doing, 501?
502.
501, 502. I would highly ask that he takes those courses, and I think would be beneficial if he starts taking courses.
I don't disagree with that, but I want you to understand too, that I believe that I'm not gonna put the onus on our staff at this point to first of all, we're into the summer, I'm not gonna say, yeah, you gotta do this.
No,
Okay, secondly, I'm not saying they're not beneficial, because that would be counterproductive to what I stated about the NIAA. But at the same time, I don't want us to get hung up on the letters behind the name to compare it to the quality of work produced. And I don't know if making someone take a certain set of courses is going to make them do their job better if the coursework that they're being offered isn't applicable to what they're doing. I think 501, 502, and 503 are school-based administrative courses that are geared toward the school-based administrator who is working every day with the parents, with the teachers, with the facility and all that. That being said, I will always push for further professional development, but I don't want it to be simply stated that it will be this class, that.
No, but I'm saying, and I hear you, but when I'm saying 501, 502, will give an understanding of what takes place at the school.
I understand. I'm not.
And I believe firmly that it would be beneficial, and I know there's been resistance with Mark taking courses. I think it'd be beneficial.
And I appreciate that, and I will
I just
obviously
really-
take that up.
Yeah, please take that into consideration, and they're free. Xavier.
So, yeah, again, Pam, it's dealing with words on my, so we can get Bart, like, we'll put, I know we're talking about, so, right here in front. But yeah, so Bart has never been a member of the NIAA or NIAA, or AAA, excuse me. But at this time, with our outreach grant, we can get registration for free, and we can take the course for free. And understanding that, you know, maybe working towards potential CAA, CMA, and bonuses as well.
I understand that, and I would take that under advisement, but I'm not June 3rd, going to say, okay, this is going to happen. Give us some time, let us work at that,
So that we're here to support you.
and I understand that, and I
Here's
understand
an
that.
opportunity.
Right, and I understand that, and I guarantee you that I push professional development for my staff, and I will continue to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to put a perspective to that. In my world, you have to have certifications to be able to work in certain systems. And if you don't get those certifications, then you don't get to work systems. And it's a requirement of the job. But there's also different levels that you don't have to have the certification to be able to have that position. And so in this case, I think we have to look at the position. Is it a requirement to have a certification to be in that position that
currently sit. And then go from there. I believe in professional development, that you're always should be progressing forward. But there comes a point where it's a requirement versus an incentive, right? There needs to be an incentive, in my personal opinion, saying, okay, if you get this, then you get the $1,500, or you get this, it's an incentive to increase your pay, to increase your knowledge. It's an incentive, but not a requirement. I think that's very important to put into it. What's the requirement to do the job, and then what's the incentive to be able to build upon the job?
Well, this written in here, doesn't say it's required, just says you will receive a stipend if you get the CBA.
Right.
It says you will get a stipend if you get your CMA.
It's an incentive, it's not a requirement.
So
But I think we have to differentiate in the policy what's required and what's an incentive.
Extremely beneficial. So, okay, I think we can close. Anything else in regards to this? It's just discussion. Okay, moving on, let's go to page 160. Top 10 after awards. Mr. Jackson.
So right now, we spend a good amount of money on a good cause. $20,000, 20 kids, 10 in the north, 10 in the south. But I'm here to tell you the cost of doing business for these kids in college is a heck of a lot more than $1,000. And anybody who has a kid in college knows it's more than $1,000. That being said, I'm not disparaging the quality of candidates we get, but I would like to get the board's flavor, information only, nothing's changing right now, that perhaps we change this to the top 4 and give them $5,000 each and make it a true top student athletes. And I want to get Nala's opinion on this. Would you rather, what's your thought on just that general statement I just made?
I just walked in with you guys.
You were just. Okay, so now currently we give out $21,000 scholarships to 10 kids in the north, 10 kids in the south. $1,000 is $1,000. My thought process here is I would rather reduce the number of kids we give the awards to 4 and give each person $5,000 and ramp up the requirements and make it a more representative award that's more valid.
How are we measuring who gets it now?
We get an essay, we get an application, we get recommendation letters and transcripts.
I think that's a good idea then. Because if we were just going based off of like the skill of a player in football compared to basketball, it's 2 different sports, so you can't tell. But I think if they're doing the essay and the recommendation letters, that I would like that, yeah.
I think, just maybe we do 8 and 2,500, 4 south, 4 north. At 1,000, doubling it plus, I mean, that's a pretty steep. As a parent who's sending a kid to college, you just sent a kid to college, you got $500 scholarship. 2,500 is certainly more interesting than 1,000, and 5,000 to me is then 2 kids in the south, 2 kids in the north, so you double that and still give kids is relatively significant. 2,500 is still relatively significant, but that's my 2 cents. Looking for lots of 2 cents.
Yeah. Well,
As a parent of a young man who received this scholarship, the $1,000 to go to Stanford. Really did help mom and dad. But the reality here is that also being on the committee that has selected these people, even the 10 that we have, understand that there are 10 to 20 that are well deserving that didn't get it. So we're gonna get to 4. That's gonna be extremely difficult. I mean, to pick 4. I mean, the Big Ten was tough. but the cream did rise to the top with the 10 out of the applicants that we've had in the past. And so, in talking to my son about this, we still have the check the size of that board there in our garage. I think the honor itself was a lot more important than $1,000, to be honest with you. And so that's where I'm.
Well, let's go, yeah.
Just briefly, I mean, having kind of sat through some of the selections also occasionally, what I always thought was nice with the 10, on, you know, each end of the state is you usually saw representation from the small schools, the larger, it wasn't dominated by the larger schools and that sort of thing. And I think that's really important from a state organization standpoint. And I kind of agree with Rollins that, you know, even though it's $1,000, only $1,000, that's, it's more than the.
You know, back in the day, there was a sponsorship, and we had a banquet,
Right.
and the kids got it was a photo company.
Yes.
Was it John?
I don't think they're gonna come back to that.
Beautiful, yeah, there was a beautiful photo, I mean, it was really nice, the kids got, so there's no potential sponsorship.
So I've asked for a sponsorship, but we don't have any. Here's the issue, and this is a legitimate concern. I've asked for a sponsor to do this. The problem is, any money that comes in for sponsorship doesn't come into us, it goes to Playfly. So it's not a separated sponsorship. And I will say that when it was the dinner, I do remember the dinner. I do remember the big check. And I do remember it being more about sitting at a table because they got to invite 6 people. And as an assistant principal, when I got invited, I was like, I'm one of the 6.
Yeah.
It's great.
And then the kids got up there and they spoke.
Right. We went away from it, obviously, due to COVID, the whole deal. But I will tell you that if we were to try to do that back, we would need to find some substantial money because that we're looking at about $70 a head. And if you take 10 kids with 6, that's 60 people, $7, we're $42,000. And
the other hard part of that.
sorry, English teacher, English teacher.
Let it go.
Let it go, Kate.
The struggle of this too is that these kids are determined at mid-spring or something.
Well,
And
yes.
then graduations, and then the attendance was falling down.
So we actually extended it this year so we could include the spring sport kids.
Right.
The forms had to be turned into us by Saturday. We gave them all the way till Saturday to get it in. So we've got them. But maybe it's time we increase the money then. Because I really think that I'm not trying to disparage the kids that have applied. I love the kids that have applied, but I feel like it's a little bit, sometimes we don't have a large sampling because it's like, oh, it's only $1,000. And I wondered if adding more value to it would be more beneficial.
Wait, I'm gonna stop you guys, put it down. You're up, lady.
I just wanna ask, how do you advertise this? Because I've never heard anything yet.
So I will tell you that it's on the website, and it is sent to every school, and we advise them to send it to their counselor office, because we know every school has a counselor that does it. And I will tell you, there are some schools that lay in wait for this to come out and pounce.
We also sent the principals, so
Mhm.
no
Oh,
one
yeah.
can say they did not get it, the principals got it, the principal secretaries got it, everybody got this.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, you guys would be great at helping, like, hey guys, this is an opportunity for us, NASC really wants you to apply, reach out to you, this would be perfect.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking.
Yeah.
Hey, hang on, we're gonna go to Deanna, and I'm gonna scoop from this way, then I'll come back. All right, Deanna.
Actually, I keep literally took the number right out of my head, but I mean, I think we just need to increase the money.
As someone who also is about to send kid to college in a couple of weeks, it's like outrageous, the cost of it. And I don't want to see the amount of kids reduced, because I think of like all the, I think about across all the sports, like these are the top kids, and most things that we would want our students to be like, and so I would want to cut down the representation, so I'd rather just find another way to increase the money. And then my second part of the question of that, regarding sponsorships, like if someone gave a donation or certain things, like I'm trying to remember directly to the NIAA, they can do that, and then it doesn't have to go through the play platform.
It's gotta be very strategically done by a strategic company. We can't have a Dick's Sporting Goods say, here's $10,000 to run your Hall of Fame, because
Right.
this is a sponsor for that, it's a great play. But if we had sponsors that come and said that, we would be okay, we could work that out.
But even through play by, they get 33%, so then we just know, like, okay, they keep 33%, and the rest of it comes back to us.
What we for this year had, we find
But
sponsors.
that's what I'm saying, okay, so, yeah, so I mean, really, like, if you direct for you said, and look, he magically came up with, what, was it $15,000, $20,000 right there? So come get us another 10 or 20,000 for this specifically, and I feel like it really made that a focus for him, where you put that out and reminded them of that little bonus, they get off of it, he'd work a little bit harder specifically.
Okay, let me get to Christina.
So we budgeted $140,000 for trophies. We just awarded a contract for $82,000. So it's a $57,000 savings. Right?
Yes.
Could we shift some funds that were initially for other awards? I still see this as an award, not necessarily a tournament award, but an overall award, so that you can keep the 10, but increase the amount that each athlete would be able to.
Actually, that's.
Is that something that is doable?
It's 20 grand total, 20 grand total. So if we went to maybe, say, we went to 30 grand, that would just up it again, and then we went to 40 grand, it would double it.
Like I said, right now, it's a $57,867 savings that we just did. And this contract is supposed to be good for, what,
3 years.
3 years? And you had that increase in the 5-year projection. I thought nicely that we talked about all these things.
Yeah, I can readjust the budget that way too, we can do that.
So you can find the money.
Yeah.
Because, yes, I think awarding, we have a lot of kids, not millions and millions of kids, but a lot of kids.
40,000, about 25,000, that's 16. So, doubling it, taking it from savings, and just.
So we reduce from 10 to.
From 10 to 8, so that double the problem, this is the number, so that helps give you.
Thanks for calculating too. Right, great. I know you $250,000 by now.
Now, Matt, and Jason.
Just knowing that community is just kind of to throw some support with this. The award is almost every year. I bring in all of my kids to school that and I have a conversation with each of them. And the kids that really want to apply for it, it's not about the money. It's all about the So, and I'm not saying don't look at it as a scholarship, but for the kids that really want it, it's not.
Also, I agree, the honor is certainly, not only recognizable, but, kids put a lot of, effort to get to that point. I'm indifferent whether we're to an 8 or 10, but I definitely see value in having the dollar, $500 scholarship these days would be terrible. So if we can at least take that by times 3 or perhaps 4, any more, anything else.
All right, Ellen, with respect to communicating this to the students, is it possible to activate to select those varsity students who play sports and send them the information in the link, so there's no doubt that those students as a varsity, eligible for this could get that? Just curious.
I'll look at the specifics with grades, they have to be, graduating. There's different filters you can do for announcements and emails that are sent out for Activate, so there's a possibility of doing that. But through grades or just.
I send it to everybody and activate.
Yeah, so there's a way to do that centrally.
Okay. Just trying to think what the analysis entity had heard about it.
All right, man, I gotta go to Sean, then we Jay, then Nala, then I'll come back to Bob. Whatever you do.
And Sean Simons, 2 liaison, I think that most of you have told the words I want to say. With Rollins, the schools I've worked at, I've been on the positive end of this, where we've had kids selected, and I've also been on the end where
man, I thought those girls were just shooing to this award. And because any kid that gets this, the community service that they do, and the athletics and academics, and usually they're in student government, I mean, it's a great kid that gets this award. Like Jason said, it's about the honor, so regardless, I think we should still keep it at 10 North, 10 South, regardless if you wanna raise the bar. I think if you wanna save money, my 2 cents, don't have a bank, but still print that big check. And I think all of us as administrators, that's something that I know high school go really good, like recognize that person in front of their peers as the honor is.
But hang on, I'm gonna go to Jay.
Thank you. Can we go back to the play by line? Yeah. Let's just say Doughboys Donuts wants to make a donation of $5,000. Okay, and I want to say I want this $5,000 to go to scholarships. Okay, I don't need affiliation with play by, correct? So that donation would go direct. So we need to find outside donations of a company who wants to donate to scholarships.
And they can be internal companies as well. They just have to make sure that Playfly understands this is not a part of the deal. So I've learned a lot about what we can and cannot do in the last 6 months with Playfly. For example, when we're hosting the Southern Side 8 meeting, I have companies that are sponsoring part of that are not a part of Playfly, because I've created an independent substructure away from Playfly and NIAA. This is a part of the NIAA, so I have to make sure we don't have like Dick's Sporting Goods come up, that they don't come in and say this is for that. But I think we could do exactly what you just said. This is specific for that event.
So who would go out, let's just say, okay, well, let's just find 5 companies that want to give $5,000, right? Who would go out and do that? Is that something, okay, so we do have the ability for all of us to go out and solicit, right? Companies that are local that can say, hey, you know what, would you be interested in?
Careful, and it's gotta make sure we don't cross that.
That's what I'm wondering, how do we do that and not still then have to worry about like fly and all of that? I think we should be able to have the ability to also not just play fly, but we should, as a group, have the ability to be like, hey, you know what, this company here in town, this local Mont Hall wants to do 1 scholarship every year and sign a 3-year agreement.
Yeah, but you got an attitude to bring in money to the association. Okay, hang on, I'm gonna go. Hang on, Donald, you were up next.
Oh yeah, okay, I have 2 questions and then I have an idea. So I played flag football, we started using sports U because I guess we had to. Is that through the NIAA or is that, okay, never mind. I was gonna say a way to talk to varsity athletes, the coaches could just send it in there for the award, but never mind. My next question is how do we rank the awards for who gets it? Like, is there like first place, second?
No, there is a system in place where we review and we rank the candidates, and then that's how it's an individual peer review.
Okay, and so that leads to my idea. So I was thinking to give more money and also have more kids. What if you have, when you bring all of your candidates and who gets the award, why don't the top kids, they get the most amount of money, then that should go down, make it less and less, but that gets more kids and more money.
The other issue we run into is we need to make sure we've got the same quality of candidates. Some of them don't meet the standard, we just have, we would be able to do that. The other thing is we don't want to pitch this as a ranking system, because right now it's a blind ranking. And what we're looking at is we're looking at the overall of kids, and we're just saying, you're the top 10. We don't want to make it, you're number 1, you're number 2. So it's across the board, straight number of options.
Bob, did you have something?
No, it's been said, thank you.
Okay.
A couple of things here I think we have to remember too, I know, what Sean just said about they do it. We have now closed the application process after the end of the season. There is a potential here that it's not, it's gonna happen. These awards will not be awarded until kids are out of school now. So we have, whatever we do, if we go into a banquet situation like that, we're gonna have to readjust it, and again, we're gonna lose out on our spring sport athletes, because we're gonna get into the summer months, and we're not gonna get these kids to come to that banquet, because they're gonna be gone, they're going to college, or they're off, or we already have a Hall of Fame, and so we gotta be careful about that. So I don't wanna put too much into the, I don't want to build this out. The question just simply was, should we adjust the number or the amount? And I think I've got enough information here that I can come back with something new for not next year, but the year after, as we look at this, so that we can, or next year, because the application would have gone out in September, so.
Yeah, no, we take it because we were missing out.
A lot of kids, yeah.
All right, I'll go Deanna, Jason, and then I'm gonna close this up. Wait, did you have something? I apologize.
Just for clarification, I'm gonna say it or ask again one more time. In the contract, I thought any of us that play fight, whether it's us or them, that we can get a sponsorship, they just get their 33% cut.
That's not the way I, no. They bring in all the money and we don't get a 33% cut until after they go over that number.
No. Sponsorships in a separate paragraph of the contract. And that's where they get the 33% commission, because it's sponsorship is different, or direct sponsorship for an event or something like that is different from the regular stuff they do. And that's where they get, or like if it's a in-kind or if it's event specific. At least that's what I remember.
We'll look at. Okay, well, I'll look at the contract on that. Okay.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
All right, look at Jason, and then wait, you didn't want to come up? Okay, good. And then we'll close it up and go on.
So just a thought, debate was underway, obviously, when COVID hit.
Yep.
And my son was lucky to be one of those recipients that year. And so there was disappointment that the debate wasn't gonna happen and that kind of recognition. However, they did do something really neat that year. It wasn't the executive director, but the gal from Credit One went around and it delivered to every kid. My kid was working at my father-in-law's feed store when they came to town, and so they did a little photo shoot, a presentation with a check, all those kinds of things. So, you know, maybe in lieu of a banquet, maybe the executive director does a state tour and does a little recognition with each kid.
We didn't know that.
Okay, so the recommendation of the executive director is something too personal or.
But not have to be the executive director, but that really put a.
I didn't even know they did that.
personal touch on
We
that.
had no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've done that, sorry, Mark Davis. That was something we discussed with staff, and Mr. Nelson was the executive director. And I basically said to him, this was an idea I had, so I'm a big banquet person to begin with. Banquet to me is always about the adults, kids are just there. I've always thought, why can't we show up at the big awards assembly for the school and recognize that kid in front of all of their peers?
Yes.
That was something I was thinking, but the problem with that becomes when we started including the spring season into the entire equation, we don't make that decision until everybody's on school.
We need to include this for the house.
All right, so I'll tell you what I'm hearing as we close this then, what I'm hearing is go back and look at the amounts, the process, and the dates. And I'll ask you for all math.
Okay, we are going to go to item number 28, 162, realignment committee conversation, Mr. Jackson.
So one of the things the board asked for and is now in possession of was a conversation about the realignment committee. The realignment committee has been disbanded. They are now no longer. Then they received their Purple Hearts for services to their country. That is a war wound you should wear with pride. That is, realignment is brutal. Been there, done that, survived it. What I wanted to talk about to the board was this. If you look on pages 163, 164, and 165, I went back to 2017, that realignment for that cycle, which means that actually was 2015 to 17, 18 to 20, and then so forth. These are the committees that were responsible for the alignment for those years. If you notice, there's a few things that just stuck out in my mind. One, contraction and expansion of the committee. Every other time it got bigger or it got smaller, it got bigger or it got smaller. The other thing I noticed was there's a good difference in names. There's some names that appear on multiple committees. There's some names that appear one time. There's people in our state that have opinions and ideas for this that don't appear on here at all. We have a 3-year window in which we can look at the realignment committee. I believe, you know, when I took over, I thought to myself, I need to be over this committee, go that committee. I've changed my mindset on that in the course of the first year. Some of the committee work, like what Kate does with new membership and regulations, great. What Bart did with realignment was great. What I've done with SMAC has been terrible. Yes, and I believe that, and then we haven't had sportsmanship committee, we're waiting for paperwork to come back from the LCD. So with the advent of a new staff member, we're going to reallocate some of our committee work. We're looking at getting different leadership positions involved in that committee work, and moving forward. But the realignment committee, I think what we have here is we have a direction from the board to evaluate and to reassess the realignment committee. We also have a rubric system that we have put in place for football that is unique and has been requested to be run in the background for everything else. Now, that's going to fall to the gentleman to my right here to do that. So that means I am not going to put him in charge of what I would call a ghost rubric and say, also maintain the realignment committee. That being said, I believe we also should look at the makeup of the realignment committee, and that's why I put the regulation in here. It doesn't say in the regulation how big the realignment committee should be. There's no number. We have looked at this, and we've had large committees, we've had smaller committees, but what I've noticed is, and anyone that's been at the committee can attest, that no matter what the number is, certain divisions block. And when I say block, they become voting blocks. 4A votes for 4As, 5A votes for 5As, 3A votes for 3As, 2As, 1As, and all that. And then they politic around, and what we end up with is we end up in a situation where we have a vote that may have gone one way or the other simply because the people voting didn't have a dog in the fight or had a dog in the fight, but we changed around. What I am thinking of, and I will start to bring this to the board, is this. There are 5 divisions in our state. We have liaisons that represent those 5 divisions. Sandy, do not freak out. I'm not going to say what you think I'm going to say.
No, you're fine.
Okay. I think we should have those liaisons coordinate one person to represent the interests of that division in the state. Be that a public school person, be that a private school person, but find that one person that can leave their affiliation at the door. And we get the charter in the private schools to get their one person to represent their organization that can leave their affiliation at the door, which puts 6 people in a room, and we make one staff member on the NIAA a voting member. There will be no ties. There will be no ability for any 2 divisions to block because they will not have enough votes. And we would be able to facilitate real discussion that does not take into consideration that I'm Sean Fitzsimons, I'm in 2A, I gotta vote this way every single time because I'm in 2A, and I'm not picking on you, Sean, just picking on you. But I think that we need to look at something of that nature. What that will also force to have happen is Bob Levitt is gonna have to talk to Xavier Anthony in the north and the south so that they can come up with who is that one person in our state that we would recommend.
See you, Linda. Safe travels. Are you going the right way? Okay. Why are you going the wrong way?
Isn't it possible? Yeah, it's literally down here.
You know, it's right in front of me.
No, the bathroom's the code, not the door.
Bye, Linda.
So anyway, that's what I was thinking. We're not going to do anything today. This is just for discussion. But I think what that would do is it would force a communication between the north and the south to say, who is that one person we all respect that can go onto this committee and serve the interests of us? Because what ends up happening is we end up with committees and we end up with backdoor subcommittees. And the backdoor subcommittees can be made up of anything from a division to an organization.
Thank you, Mrs. Long and Mr. Jackson. Just for full disclosure on this, when you look at page 165 of the package, that realignment committee that we just dissolved, that was pretty much handpicked by me. It's bigger than the other committee we had. partially because these were people I knew I could trust. It was also partially because I wanted more voices. I wanted to hear more things. I wanted to hear more ideas. I wanted to hear more pathways. What ended up happening was the opposite. We didn't hear more voices. We didn't hear more ideas. And I know Ms. Hayden, Mr. Fitzsimons, Mr. Dick, you guys can all attest to this, Mr. Odegaard as well, Mr. Anthony was part of this. It got quiet at times you needed to be loud. And we had people really reluctant to step up. No knock of anybody on this committee. Everybody who's listed here, and some people who aren't, who started out in this committee and then had to drop off. I love you all for what you did and all the work you put in. But Mr. Jackson and I have talked about this several times. I had tried to set up this committee so we'd have like a 5A, 4A group and a 1A, 2A, 3A, and never really came to fruition because of the way we did things. But I love the idea, if we're not going to hear more ideas from more people, then why have more people?
Yes, sir.
John Simons, to liaison. I was gonna ask Mark for his opinions on how it went, and kind of said that already. Speaking not for Mr. Vick or Tammy or the people that have served on this realignment over the years, if you are selected as that person to represent your league, or sometimes just by the nature of the beast, your own personal school finishes last. I think it's a special person you are representing, and I'm not trying to make people feel sorry for us, but you have to find that person that can be objective and say what is best for the entire league. And I thought Mark did a great job of selecting those people. You had like 2 from the south, 2 from the north, more so from 3A, 4A, 5A. But it is difficult, and it's a thankless job, but yeah, it's not something that everyone throws a parade for. Oh, I'm on the realignment committee? Yes. I appreciate it.
I think it's also important to understand too, that it's hard to leave your affiliation at the door. It is, because at the end of the day, it's in the back of your mind, and your point of reference becomes your reality. And that comes through in everything you do, which is why I think it would be, I'll be honest with you, there's a part of me that also thinks realignment committee shouldn't include anybody that's affiliated with school. Not one person. Because then they got no bias when they walk in the door. But how do we like that committee? I mean, looking around the room, everybody here has some sort of affiliation to a school, except for maybe, the 2 at the end of the table are there. But, maybe if we bring Alan and Bob in the room and say, realign the state, tell us what you come up with. So I like this discussion.
Yeah.
I agree with what Sean said. I've watched, obviously this was my first time participating before. It's, as Bart said, it was pretty much a committee of 5 or 6 people. And like he said, there were times where it needed to be loud. I know personally, it got old being one of the only people. There were people that were on that committee that I promise you I don't know what their voice sounds like. Because they never said a single word on a single news. So again, and I don't mind, like I said, I don't mind being that person because I talk to everyone and I have conversations with everyone. I definitely think smaller is better. I just want to be careful we don't go too small, that it's not, like I think about 45 ACCSD. Like I think just say it was who I would be representing. I think 1 might be a little small.
Why?
Because I'll just say as an example. Like I tried to talk to all these people, but on one side of I have a group of people that will come and talk to me. I have some that don't. Tony was the other side, right? Mm-hmm. And he talks to the other people that I didn't talk to. So we pretty much did cover all of 4 to 5, right? It's just,
I don't think it's a comfort thing, I think it's more of a, that's just who you reach out to, who you talk to, that's who you know. I don't know if it's the same in Washoe, because they're a lot smaller, they're 10 schools, is it, 10 high schools? As compared, yeah, and I'm not saying they should only do one, I'm saying they could have two as well. I just feel like for us, one would be.
And that's what I want it to be. I want it to be difficult, because I want that choice to be that one person, which makes it difficult. It does, because here's what I'm gonna say. Here's why it's gonna be difficult to go that path, and I'm not saying I don't wanna go that path. What if that 1-4A 5A person is Bob with it? Is the South gonna be willing to say, we trust Bob? I know Bob, I can trust Bob, but that doesn't mean Tammy Haley can say, I trust Bob. That to me opens up that line of communication where you gotta talk to each other now. You gotta know who that person is, and can you separate yourself from that? And what I don't wanna do is, the one thing I don't wanna do is value one division or sport over another. And I fear that sometimes we see that happen inadvertently. I mean, we're not talking about how football always just, it's football. It's the only thing that brings everybody out.
There is a lot more, there was a lot more talking about wrestling than we talked about
Yes.
cross country. Or, yeah, no, for sure,
Yeah,
absolutely.
and I think that conversation needs to happen, because Rollins made a comment at one point, I don't remember last year or the year before. I can make it. That we didn't build a bridge, we built a chasm between the north and the south. That this was not bringing us together, it was tearing us further apart. And I remember that, and I thought to myself, why were we further apart? We were further apart because the two sides that were representing the two divisions hadn't been able to communicate with each other. And I thought to myself, how do we fix that? Bart and I, it's funny, because when Bart started talking, I bet there were people going, okay, the North, are you two on the opposite end of this argument? No, we're not. We are actually on the same side of this argument, because Bart brought up, he went with a bigger committee to get more voices, and they weren't heard. I look at the committees here, and I think to myself, when I went through these, I mean, my name pops on here too many times. I didn't realize that, but it's on there quite a few times. But I can remember there was one committee that when it was over, what was the word used? Difficult? Yeah. I was brought in and told to stop being difficult, because I wasn't supporting the 4A South position. And I remember thinking to myself, that's not why I'm on this committee. I'm not on this committee because I'm at Durango. I never put Durango's needs over anybody else's, because if I did Durango, that was what it was gonna be when I was Durango, because everybody wanted to go to Durango when I was there. But that's not the way this should work, and I think that, Tammy, your point is very well stated, that that person, if we were to do this, it's a load. And it's going to be a trust factor that some people just won't have. But Mr. McNaught made a comment about bringing the principals together in the 4A, 5A to start that communication. This committee needs to do that. It needs to start that communication between the North and the South, so that person sitting there with your vote knows the situation. Everything we need is, I need the 1A person to understand the 5A person, just like I need the 5A person to understand the 1A person, which I think is starting to happen, but I think needs to happen a little bit more rapidly.
Yeah, because what happens is that the South comes in with what they want, and the North comes in, we all keep our job, but at the end of the day, we're not on the same page. All right, anyone like to say here?
Yeah, I'll just say, to Sean's point, Tim's point, I mean, being on a real life committee is work. And, I mean, no disrespect to anyone, but I felt that for this last one, I felt people attended. They didn't do their homework. They didn't communicate with other entities. I will say, Tim, you put this on here, I was on the committee 2017, 2019. What was great as I look back is I was representing the Southern 3A. But my colleague, Ray Parks, on the north side, we took the opportunity during the NIAA conference to get all 3A, every athletic administrator in the room. We had an agenda, realignment was part of the topics, and it was discussed. And everybody in that room had their voice and could use their voice, so that when we came back to talk about realignment, we had a better understanding of what people were seeking. And again, that's part of doing your homework ahead of time. not just coming in and hoping that Bart spoon feeds us the answers. It's not Bart's responsibility. It's our responsibility to come in with knowing what our team, our groups want. Of course, those things are key. So communication is key. Homework has to be done before starting these new lines.
And I want to dovetail into that, because I remember very vividly, when I was on the committee 2 times ago, Derek at Liberty, bringing me into a Zoom meeting with the principals so they could ask questions. Homework. The problem was, I was doing my homework too late. I was doing makeup work.
Yes.
Where now if it's a one-man representative, they can go to that principal's meeting months in advance and say, here's where we are, because in the background, we're gonna have the ghost rubrics running, and we can start to present that, and we're not trying to share that information to these 2 people, then to those 2 people, and then what you and Ray did is exactly what I'm looking for, but not just one-man show, or not just one-on-one for that, but a one person delivering that same message over and over and over.
And the good thing about where we're at right now, we have 3 years.
Right.
We don't have to decide the committee right now.
No, but I would like the committee in place by next September, so that we would have 2 years of pre-meeting to do. Not that they're meeting every month, going 2 years out that we're gonna meet, because September, not this coming September. Next September, a year from September, so that they're in place, so that the following year for realignment, they're not having meetings for the first time and trying to come up with stuff that first time. They've already done the free legwork, and we're starting to look where things are starting to fall. Because we're gonna have 2 years of data going into that 3rd year, which is unprecedented for us.
Yeah. All right, let me go to. Wait, there was one over here first. Wait.
I think it's important to have a person from the Board of Control on that realignment. We had it, when I first got on, there was a person that was on that committee, and then we took them off. But I think it's important because the realignment committee at times, and we've heard it in these meetings, is that, well, we don't know what the board wants, or we're just gonna pass something and then the board's gonna change it anyway. But I think you have to have that voice and give direction. So that what comes out of the realignment committee is something that the board can discuss and move forward with. And that person can give direction to the realignment that, no, that ain't gonna fly. And I'm sorry, that ain't gonna fly forward. Yeah, that's a real possibility.
We've had that change in philosophy at the start.
So I want to, sorry to step on you. I don't disagree with Wade. The one thing I would ask this board to do, that if we put a voting board member on the realignment committee, with the understanding they will abstain from every realignment vote. Because that way if they abstain from every realignment vote with the board, not the vote on the realignment committee, they would vote there. But when the presentation is made to the board of control, they abstain so that they don't guide the position in one direction or the other.
Yeah, we've gone from running the meetings to being a consultant, and then at one point there were 2 voting members, and we're like, what are we doing? How are we going against what we're presenting? So, yeah, it's, as you can tell, it's been really creative work.
Thank you, Mrs. Sloan. I was just gonna mention, 2 distinguished people sitting next to Mr. Jackson's left have run the show on this committee a few times. They've been through the weeds. Part of the reason we want to make a voting member, being a voting member on the realignment committees, predict your own vote, basically. And it really wasn't a fair shake when you got there. I will tell you, this is the other thing we're doing now. We selected this committee to just serve. You'll notice for each classification, same number in the north, same number in the south. Even though the south may have had more schools, the north may have had more schools on one side or the other. As Mr. Stallworth alluded to, Mr. Jackson brought up, we had a big divide. What was happening, we went through these meetings, north and south were split. It was put together this way so that north and south would theoretically have to come together to come up with something. Did it always work out that way? No, because people didn't voice or in some cases didn't show. And to get back to Mr. Jackson's point, have somebody who's the point person for that classification, they've got it. Have to get everybody to do it. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go, Mr. Anderson, I think we can.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Anderson.
I just had a couple of comments, and legal counsel, I've been on every one of these realignment committees, and I think what hurt the committee this year is we realigned fall sports, which you have to realign first, and football was a huge fiasco. And that board, I think, lost some confidence in what they were doing the rest of the year because of the board taking over football and football becoming such a big, such a deal that they felt that their recommendation was listened to. Hey, you appointed us, and so, but that's how the process goes. The board has to approve it. And I don't disagree from the standpoint of making the committee smaller. I mean, and we did all these meetings by Zoom also, and sometimes I think you lose a lot by doing that. I know we do that to save some costs, but literally, and my screen in my office is about this big, and it couldn't fit everything. That's how big the committee was, I mean, so I agree that I think we ought to go with a smaller committee. I think we ought to get away from, as you say, people that have, where they're tooting their own horn, and not worried about everybody else. But you gotta still have that perspective, I think, for instance, the small schools, rivalries, of things like that, so that there's an understanding. And I don't know what that exact mix is, but I think you gotta keep those elements in.
Thank you.
Okay, more information?
Okay, we're gonna close this item up. I think it's good conversation. Let's go now to, I'm gonna work for lunch.
Pam to work at lunch, must be 2:00 like, okay.
3:30.
Okay, let's do a work at lunch now, do that, everybody else.
Yeah, let's grab your lunch, come back, and we will finish it up. How's that? You ready?
Madam President, we'll get ready.
Thank you. All right, everybody, we're back on, we're live. We just have a couple of items. We'll go to 29, ejection report. Turn it over to Ellen.
Ellen Johnson, official liaison. I know Mr. Davis is going to put up on the screen some of my ejection charts. And it was out to you guys yesterday. There's got some charts. Or if you have one, if you don't have one, you can follow along. You can see it, I guess, from where you are. Before we get started looking at the charts, again, I just want to briefly describe the process of the ejection reporting. So during a contest, behavior of the coach or the player warrants an ejection. They're gone out of that game. And then the official submits the ejection report to their commissioner, and then the commissioner again forwards that to me. That's on kind of my side. On the coach side or the AD side, after the ejection report comes to me by the commissioner also sends out an ejection letter to the athletic administration detailing here's who was ejected, here's their number on this date, etc., with a link for that AD to submit information to our compliance reporting database, where they log in information, who the coach and the player was, their grade, their sport, the date they were ejected, and they upload that NFHS sportsmanship course that is required either by the player or by the coach. So that's submitted on that database. When I get those ejection reports, I create my own little Excel spreadsheet of database. And then as the season progresses, very difficult in the fall, the spring was so much easier. I compare my Excel spreadsheet to the database spreadsheet, and I kind of do a comparison. And there's times when I find that there may be schools that submitted their information on that database, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't have the ejection report for it. Sometimes I just miss the email, or perhaps the commissioner didn't send it to me. They sent it to the wrong email, I found out a couple times. There are times when I look at my ejection report and I do not see on the corresponding compliance that particular player or coach ejection. And so then I have no way of really knowing, or if the certificate, the course was completed. I'm assuming it probably was. It just wasn't uploaded. Sometimes certificates get sent to me or Mr. Jackson or someone else, and we then try to communicate to that athletic director, hey, that's great, but you need to upload our database. So we're going to work on that going forward. I talked to Mr. Boyd yesterday, how we're going to kind of fine tune that and how we might then approach the schools at athletic administration on, hey, we haven't received this, there could be a consequence for that sort of thing. So, with that said, here are spring ejections. Baseball, they went out, they had the most ejections. There were no ejections during the state championships, that was good. Baseball, the player is in the green, coaches are in the blue, and a fan is in the red. Coaches in baseball, by far, there are over half the ejections and more than any other sport.
Can I ask a question? Just what is the, what happens to them when they get thrown out? What is the penalty?
So if they are ejected from that game, they're gone from that game, and then they are required to sit out the next scheduled contest.
Okay, and is there a fee? Is there a fine? What is is there a fine?
No.
What was that?
Sportsmanship, sports, individuals.
So you got there, of course, there is no fine to that coach. No monetary fine, never done that before. No.
In softball, we had one player, one coach ejected. That was it. Track and field, we had 3 athletes that were ejected. Boys volleyball, we had one volleyball player ejected. And swimming, and they're not on here. Swimming never has ejections, I think, because what can they say while they're in water? Right? I guess the coaches can say something, but it's been hard to noisy and they just get thrown away.
We're getting silly. Focus. Sorry.
I will say that, I did notice, I believe, there was one coach in baseball that had gotten a second ejection, and I know schools are supposed to handle that in a certain manner. I try to make notes on my little spreadsheet on what the reason for the ejection, and going forward, my notes and my code will get a little bit better for that. You can go to the second page. I did a pure total. Number of ejections, so just to kind of compare 2022-23 year to the 2023-24, and then the 24-25. One of the big areas. Okay, so players, that's by far the most ejections. Quite a few. Coaches seem pretty consistent. I'm talking, these are all coaches, all players, all fans for all sports, all the ball players. I know I don't have a total up there. The total for 22-23 was 422. The total for last year was 311. The total this year was 418. Now, we did have some fan ejections. You can see fans were pretty big back in 22-23. There can be fans that are removed from facilities that, officials don't even know about. They're not included. This is one, these fans are when an official actually had to get involved, get the athletic administration involved, and then eject that fan. We did have a fan even this year in softball or baseball, I think it was, that was the announcer. And not good. Yeah, pretty tough, right? All right, going on to the next one. The next slide, these are ejections by sport over the last few years. So we've got, starting on the left-hand side, we've got the fall, then the middle is the winter, and then on the right, we have spring. You can see we're heavy into ejections in two sports, football and soccer. You see volleyball girls, there was one, and that was back a couple years ago. The trend in soccer is going down. Okay, for players, for coaches, even for fans. The spike this year for football, and when you have a bench clearing, and it involves 30 of your kids, obviously that's going to spike it up quite a lot. In the winter, basketball, boys and girls, the trend is increasing on the number of ejections. Wrestling, like football, they're pretty much status quo in a sense. You have a bench clearing like football, so baseball. Overall, ejections are showing a slight downward trend. I'm not going to get too excited about that after this last season. So, softball going downward track, pretty consistent against swimming. Boys volleyball, pretty low key there. Okay, so this were just by sport. And I kind of broke that down for you, player ejections by sport. Just the player piece, so we could just focus on one aspect of ejections. Again, you can see soccer, boys and girls dropping. Soccer boys really dropped. 60 to 96, that was really good, even though it needed to be better. Language is the big issue there. Various racial slurs and things like that occurred. Again, boys and girls basketball, you can see the trend going upward. baseball, covered about the same. Now, go to coaches, the next one, coach ejections by sports. I don't know if I put a little bit, but there's a number on top for years. There's football. 2 more ejections this year, soccer boys, soccer girls. Basketball girls, basketball boys. And the big spike there. Wrestling, like football, baseball. Now, went down a couple of years ago, which is good. Softball, track, swimming, sports volleyball. So all these ejections then get compiled and put in a report that basically Tim uses, and it shows, I put in all the ejections for the players, the coaches, and the fans. By school, I sort this by school, and I go through there, and it calculates how many points are deducted towards their award of excellence if they're in that case. And a bench clearing takes your number up considerably. 44 ejections, 41 of them are players. My guess is you are not in the award of excellence category anywhere. There were approximately 30 schools that had no ejections. Most of those were small schools, your rural schools. There were a couple of AA, there were a few some AAA schools. I don't think there were any 4A, 5A schools that did not have an ejection. Some of the bad ejections, like I said, they get taken out by administrators who they're not on this part right here.
So one of the things I think we need to do as an organization, not so much as the board, is soccer has a unique situation where they have an automatic ejection if you receive 2 red cards. Or 2 yellows, sorry. And sometimes those yellow cards can be for fouls that are not what I would consider egregious. So I'm going to start looking across the country at the verbiage used in soccer for the 2 yellow cards as being a disqualification as opposed to an ejection. Much like when a player gets their 5th foul in basketball, they are disqualified, they are not ejected. So 2 fouls would result in a disqualification. We have to be careful to make sure we don't violate the regulations or rules by adjust. But I think that would dramatically lower the number. The other thing is, I don't mean to sound crass in this, but I'm glad that the number of ejections for language are our top scoring ejections, because that means the punches are not flying. And language is something that as a coach you can control with the kids. You can control language. And I think that means we're on the right, okay, well, some coaches can't because their language just works with their kids. But in theory, you can, and hopefully that will help move us in another direction and can continue the trend down in ejections. Because it's language for the most part that I see a lot of.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Tim,
I have a question for that. Yeah, so when you do all this tracking, just out of curiosity, because of being an umpire, do you track which umpires, referees have the most ejections? Is that something you because like I'll use us for perfect example. We were extremely in soccer 2 years ago. All one person. We took that person off our list. We haven't had that since. And I'm not saying that that's it, but I would like to know, like, as an administrator, if my school, I know my school's not high, but as other schools that aren't high, I would want to know if there was a trend, if it was a specific umpire, if it was a specific referee.
Yeah,
Is there a way to track it?
Yeah, I don't submit that, I don't track that at this point. I mean, that's just another thing to try to get off the report. Sometimes there's 2 people that can make that report, you know, if it's a soccer ejection, that could be the main rep and one of the sidelines, they're putting it together. I mean, I could do that.
No, conjecture, all that. No, I don't want you tracking that, simply because we don't care about what the kid's name is, we don't care about what the official's name is, we're tracking the result. Tammy, there is a way for you to track it.
There is a.
Yes, it's on the report.
Oh, okay.
It is on the report, and then what I would do is, I would touch base with my coach and find out whether it's R1, the R2, the sideline, and that way you can track it and you can see. But I don't want our office to track.
No, I didn't say you guys.
No, I'm saying from our perspective, we're tracking the action and the reaction as opposed to the, and I get it, there are some officials that may have a quick trigger. I mean, we're all nodding because you just made a statement, and then I guess we would all make yeses as to the name, because we all have that inference in our head. And,
It indicates on the report
yeah,
who ejected the player coach, it's on the report. Yes, Jason.
Another question for Ellen, along that line, when the ejection form is filled out, is it filled out by the official that ejected it? Or is it filled out by the head official?
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison, what I see is it's filled out by the person that actually did the ejection.
Yes.
Sometimes it doesn't have enough information for me. I'm like, okay, you said language, that isn't gonna cut it. I didn't hear what it was. They go back, they correct it. A lot of people, officials don't like typing in the actual F word. So they will just say that. Others have no problem telling me exactly in quotes what was said, which is important because that adds more teeth to it. It's just like if they say ejected for rough play. I'm like, okay, what was that? And they'll come back and say, well, we punched him in the helmet. Okay, that's gives us a better visual on that. There are times when I'll look at a report and I'm like, this doesn't really sound like an ejectionable offense. And so we can go back and if there was video, we might look at it, we might go back and get more explanations. If we find, and I'm talking with the commissioner and they did their research, talking with that official, the official might come back and go, yeah, it really wasn't, I don't feel comfortable with what I did, and we will just rescind it. We don't consider that an appeal, we'll just take a look and go, we'll just rescind that thing. Had a couple where, after the fact even, I know Larry Hansen has said sometimes he's looking at film and he'll see something and it's like, oh my gosh, well, we can't do this, he can't say, okay, we're gonna eject after the fact, because we're not gonna go through and look at tape from the contest, but he will then contact that athletic department and say, hey, just notice this on here, you might wanna take a look, and now it's in your hands if you want to do something more.
Mr. Jackson.
the other thing we'll do is this, and we're very clear in this. We will review anything, but we will always rely on the eye of the beholder. So if an official calls us and says, hey, you know what, I really think I screwed up. Can we go look at it? Yeah, what do you do? We'll look at it and they'll say, you know what, I really screwed up. We still maintain that the ejection at that moment was accurate, but they will rescind the second part of the suspension. And we communicate that back to the school. The one thing we will not do, we will not communicate to the school that was aggrieved. We do not call them up and say, hey, we did this, we did that. Because that's information about a kid and we will not share it out. We just simply say, we follow the regulations that are written, we did what we needed to do. I'm a firm believer that once that is handed off to us, it becomes our responsibility to handle it, but we don't share it out. So if a parent calls us and says, hey, what happened here? We have no comment on that.
Yes, Sean.
Sean Times 2A, I agree with that. I had a situation 2 years ago with the former director and Mr. Wiesmeyer involving an incident at my school, and I just want to ask, Ellen, is there an appeals process or only if that school calls? I deal with Larry in the South, but I've also been on the phone with Jay and Donnie before, but so you're not really saying there's an appeals process, or when you're looking at it, if something looks like it wasn't, hey, this wasn't on the up and up, you'll just contact that school, or is it our responsibility? And in the 2As and 1As, we play Fridays and Saturdays, so sometimes the turnaround is, Friday night, we were left in limbo from 2 years ago up to an hour before tip-off. We knew we were gonna have it. Again, different administration, but can you go on record for Mr. Jackson, is there an appeal process or no appeal process, or I appreciate that parents that think they know everything, and just call me in every now, I appreciate you not sharing that information. But
There is no appeal process, call is a call. The only time we go through an appeal process is when the official says, hey, will you take a look at this? And we will, because the call is the call. We're not gonna spend our day going every single call of every single official, because I will give you the best example I can give in the entire history of my experience. This year in the track meet, we had a finish between third and fourth that was point, and I'm using my points because it's very important to work with, 0.0001 of a second difference. Had to go into the camera, they had to frame it all the way back to figure out which kid finished third, which kid finished fourth. Parent called and said, I'd like to appeal because I was in the stands and I could see my daughter won. I was like, you're right, our $25,000 camera, we missed it. But that's to the level we're talking about. If we were to get into that situation, that would be our day. We would be dealing with those types of appeals all day long. And that to me lends itself to allowing the credibility of our officials stand and trusting their judgment. The number one thing we review, and I'll be honest with you, we've only had to review a couple of them, are blows to the head in football, helmet to helmet. I could have swore it was helmet to helmet, Tim, but now when I go back and look, it was shoulder pad to helmet, or helmet shoulder to shoulder. Can we not give the kid the second? Yeah, that's fine. The targeting call was, we don't even have targeting, but we have unnecessary runners. And so they pulled it, and we pulled the flag, and we pulled the penalty on the second. So we stay away from going over the
Dave, I was gonna just add, respond also
Yeah.
to Sean, if I could. If I read a report and I'm like, where is the ejection qualification here? And it doesn't make any sense, so I go back to the commissioner and go, hey, we need more information. Something's left out here because this does not qualify for ejection. So I will try to seek more information. If it doesn't change, then I'll say, we can't abide by this as an ejection. But those are few and far between, maybe one, maybe two. But I read them all, and sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm shocked at the language and the things that are said to officials or to teammates or opponents. To teammates. Yeah. Dave,
Dave Abbott, term liaison. Is there a way that officials, like, let's say, I have a kid that's ejected out of the game. We're going to play our next game. Is there a way that you can contact the officials from our next game to say, hey, this kid from Cadence was ejected, he cannot play, so the officials know, because right now it's an honor system. And I know that's come up like, yeah, we're gonna keep our kid out, like we had a coach ejected, like he set out, and I know the referee said, he had a coach ejected, and I know the referee went up to the press box and said, if that coach shows up, please let us know, we'll stop the game.
Okay, that should not have happened.
that should not be happening.
Okay, remember, an ejected coach penalty is not anything in a rule book. The official's job is to enforce the rule book, not the administration of the program. So here's what I'm gonna tell you. In that situation, that referee should not make any decision like that. They should have let that coach coach. Then what we would have done is we would have dealt with disciplinary action against the coach and the school for not following our regulation policies. Prime example, coach gets ejected from a soccer game, goes, walks out, next morning they come in, coach comes in and coaches against another team. The school themselves self-report. Hey, this happened. So guess what we did? You didn't serve your 1 game suspension, so you owe us that. You didn't serve the 1 game suspension correctly, you didn't follow it, you owe me a second one. And then the school stepped up and did 1 or 2 more. So that coach ended up setting up the next 3 or 4 games. So that is something the referee should not have. No, we don't want them doing that. That is operational on our end, not in, there's nothing in the rule book. They enforce the rules in the rule book.
So like it becomes like even a player, like, I have no idea.
You don't need to worry about it. Don't worry about it. We will hear about it.
All right.
Yeah, Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. So in our conference /Friday, basically, we talked about a few things, and my spiel on that was, if it's not in our rule book, we don't rule on it. We don't rule on eligibility, which to me, that's what this falls under, are they eligible? So we don't rule on that. We just go officiate. Administratively, athletic director, coach, they need to go through their chain of command to us, and then, that's something that we would look into at that point.
All right, I think good, and I'm gonna go back to the official report. I think it's really good because I know they're also sent to the schools, and I've been on Larry and I've been on Vince about, you can't say, hey, you're using bad language, you gotta spell it out. Because I think it's really good for when the administrator sits there for the kid, no parent wants to dispute it. So, no, I think it's really good. We're going in a good direction. All right, we're gonna go to number 30. We'll turn it over to Mr. Jackson for tournament sites.
So, we're struggling, as we all know, of securing venues that are outside of high schools. We will continue that struggle, but we will continue to fight to bring you up to speed where we're at. It looks like unfortunately, due to the calendar, which may be adjusted after 25, 26, we're not gonna be able to go back to Raptor C3 because they had, what I had learned last night, and you out of it, was the volume of monetary reward they have for hosting the event that they host, that they have to do it. So we will be looking for venues for that. If we get back there, I'd love to get back there, but we're struggling there. I have a meeting tomorrow's Thursday, yes, tomorrow afternoon with, I want to say, the Las Vegas Convention Authority, might be the top of the convention authority, one of the convention authorities up here to discuss venues. That's going very well. Baseball and softball at the University of Nevada, Reno was highly successful for us. They were very gracious in working with pricing and ticketing, which has become an issue as everyone's doing online ticketing, and there's exclusivities within their contracts that they must abide by. But they have expressed a desire, and I am not exaggerating when I said they said everything. They said everything: soccer, basketball, baseball, softball, football, volleyball, wrestling. They want to talk about all of it. I'm very happy about the way that relationship is growing, and I'm happy it's moving that way. I had contact, our contact with UNLV continues to develop. We're gonna work with them. I was just recently contacted by some individuals in the South that was intriguing that I don't think we've had contact with that may help foster that. That's a sidebar. I can't share at this time, but I can tell you that's a good conversation we're having. But then the other conversation we had was with the Family Forum in the South. We tried to get in there last year, and we were unable to come together on price. It's expensive. They have come back, and they have had some conversations. I would like to credit our office with it, but I'm not going to. I'm going to credit the gentleman to my right, who has fostered that relationship and is building it for us. Art, I'm going to turn it over to you to share what you feel about this.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go into the court date was nice stuff. I don't know if you want to go into this. And I don't want to get into this whole stuff.
Correct.
We've had some really good conversations. John Battles, the boys basketball coach for Overseas Basketball.
Yep.
And he and I talked about these family forum back a couple summers ago, trying to get in there. And it's just wasn't gonna work. We had these family forum again last summer. Just wasn't gonna work. We've got some other people involved outside the state who put on tournaments. One of our, I realize I'll be real cryptic here. One of our ADs in the South actually helps out with this person too. We've had a couple meetings with them, a lot of good exchange with them. I just don't know yet because the money thing is still an issue. And these people are trying to help us reach out to other parties, whether it be the Golden Knights, whether it be the City Council of Henderson, whether it be the mayors of the city, to find some way to help us out. That would be wonderful if we could pull it out. That's still a big if. We don't know. So in the meantime, we've got to try to look for something else as well. And when I go there and then multiple get to the same site. That's another thing that Mr. Jackson and I have talked about is, do we look at having a permanent or semi-permanent host for a tournament or an event where basketball would be at this one building for 3 consecutive years, so we can sign a contract out with them we like the idea, we're not the schools or the districts paying for the travel on that. So we've got to find a way to mitigate that, which will at least even it up. We'd love to get to a situation, for instance, where Veterans Memorial Park in Boulder City would be our cross-country host all the time. Great course, great weather, has it gotten there yet? Because we still rotate between north and south, and that's a hard thing to overcome. If we can get there, by no means are any of us going to guarantee the venues are going to go for this, but it's a better shot.
And that's one of the things that we've learned very, very clearly. For example, we couldn't get into the Orleans on an every other year basis because they had locked it in for every year for a cheerleading competition. Younger cheerleaders are there, so they've got that locked in. So we're looking at that. The biggest issue we run into is the minute we start to go down the path of, we'll use Boulder City, it's a great example. That venue is free for us. That's a free venue. The city of Boulder City works with us. They give it. I think we paid for the permit, and I think it's $50, and that's it. We have free restrooms, we have a free course, and we can set it up as we see fit. The minute we say that, then what about our team, or what about our community, or what about our side of the state? And then when we try to balance it, it always rotates back to a very cylindrical look of the world through your own lens. And unfortunately, we're running into this problem time and time again. And at one point or another, we're going to have to say, either we're going to do it, or we're going to stop talking about it, and we're going to accept whatever it is we have. So in other words, I use the analogies as much as possible. You can want to trade your car in, and you may want to go get the Cadillac, but you may not be able to afford the Cadillac without some other, cuts in your budget. So do you want the Cadillac bad enough, or are you going to be happy driving your non-Cadillac? So I think we're getting close to that point. So instead of ending this on a doomy and gloomy moment, I will say that we've already had contact with the Raiders. The NFL schedule is out. We're waiting to hear back from them, but we're optimistic, and we're comfortably optimistic.
Yeah, let's just say the person we deal with there basically has said to us, we really start out playing bad.
And that's a great way to start. So we're looking forward to that. We dodged the Monday night game by a week. And I'll be happy. That's always my fear is a UNLV game on a Saturday, a Monday night game on a Monday, and UNLV and the NIAA going, uh-oh, what are we going to do now? But I will say this, for the northern two divisions that are going to be up here, we're in confrontation right now. It looks like UNR will be on the road. And they are excited about the possibility of having us there. It is my goal, without making promises I can't keep, my goal is for us to play the two divisions in the north at UNR. The last thing I want to say is this. I have had nothing but compliments about 2A baseball out of Pershing, and I already have an email that I have printed out and put in a file that their superintendent himself said, we would love to be the site for this moving forward. They have lights, they have new field, they have a community that came out, and they did a phenomenal job. If we have other communities that do that, I don't see why we can't look at doing things like that, and I think we need to. But then, if we say that, my Southern 2A folks are gonna be like, well, I don't always go up there for this game, but we have a great site willing to do it. We did it on a great budget. I would thank you very much for that as well. So we're gonna continue to do that and thank them. And all the sites that hosted for us this year. I mean, there was nothing, we could have never planned for the rain. We could have never planned for the wash being washed full of unmentionable garbage at a site that, that rainstorm hadn't come through, that wash would have been empty, but it wasn't, and it didn't look good. But we're aware of things like that, and we're gonna try to make them better. So, with that, Ms. Sloan, I think I'm done with this. So, okay, I'm glad she wrote this down. One of the things I'd like to look at, and this is nothing to do with board down, board is this. There is part of me outside of the football rotation, because to me, allegiance possibility always trumps everything. I mean, if we had that option, we take football out of the mix. EDC is growing every year. This year alone, they sold 250,000 tickets with 100,000 standby people that came just for the last of the giggles that come with EDC. Rollins, hi Rollins, I'm sorry, I'm probably China. Anyway, EDC is not going away. I'm happy for the community that we have EDC. But I'm leaning towards looking at a scenario where we say fall is a southern state championship area and north is a spring state championship area because of EDC, the room rates, the travel, and the weather. I know it was crazy up here in the spring, but it's beautiful in the fall in the south, and the spring has the potential of being beautiful up north. And then we look at the winter sports as flip-flops. And that really does balance out, but we're early stages, but that EDC thing is causing our schools a lot of, the hotel room prices are absolutely ridiculous for our schools. I mean, what Rollins and our 1A, 2A traveling schools, 3A traveling schools are paying to go south for that weekend is 2 to 3 times more than they would pay any other time.
Yeah, what we find is doing our graduation.
Which they,
Our rates.
yeah, but they spread that out now over the course of that week, so.
But that's our highest cost weekend, but it's nothing what my counterpart has been for south.
Thank you, I appreciate that comment. We try to do what we could in the spring to try to get stuff away from Vegas to make it a little bit easier. That's why you saw the region and state track for the small schools and go up and virtual basketball. We can do some stuff that we try to get them off there. As a site, they hosted a region the week before, weren't sure they could pull it off. I had one school, Southern School, actually tell me in advance, we need to book our rooms. They're telling us 7 days cancellation ahead of time. Our region tournament's not 7 days ahead when state happens. We have no idea if we're going. We've got to book at these extremely high rates and just hope like heck we use the rooms. And that, we can't do this.
And I want to tell you that if anybody says, well, why would you do this for just one event? We are already doing it because of F1. We have moved our state football championships off of F1 weekend. So we look at the big picture here. EDC has a bigger impact on us than F1 does. F1 only impacts one sport. EDC, the entire spring is impacted by EDC. We need to make sure, not that Reno's graduations are, you and our graduations, but that EDC is unbelievably.
Yeah, because that trip is big too, but nothing, my Rollins had.
So if we were to look at that, we would do it that way, and then we would look at flip-flopping some of the winter to try to balance things out. And that's not permanent, by the way. We're not saying any of this is permanent. We'd like to see if we do like some commitments for more than 1 year.
Okay, well, Christine, there's hopefully a quick question on IV testing. Because I know definitely in the south, we have schools that are IV, okay, IV testing. You know, we're talking about start times, tests, like, but if the south is going to travel, does the north have quite a few IV schools also, like, does the IV testing affect? Well, not all of our schools, a couple of our schools.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that was equal in that amount. Do you know what
I do, but also remember, we were getting IV and AT testing during regionals, not state.
Gotcha, okay, so by then we should be there.
And down to, you know, 1 or 2 in baseball, 1 or 2 in softball, diminished numbers will be impact. Impact, yes.
But check, Carol.
I'd like to bring this up, but I've been thinking about it for several months, and trust me, I cannot want to, it's maybe running longer than it needs to, but both Deanna and Jay talked earlier about fundraising or the fundraising position and his or her responsibilities, and I've wondered, just in my short tenure, is securing lodging or finding post sites related to lodging a part of fundraising, so that when you do get that 5-day deadline, you can call such and such travel lodge and secure a rate that's a little more reasonable. I know when Pershing County went to state basketball, $439 a room was just devastating, but yet that's what it was. So in that whole packaging deal, I'm just wondering,
Yeah.
Does that play a part?
It does. If you notice, one of the parties we brought on was a lodging group. They're a part of the they're part of the Marriott group. And I've been pushing very hard. Greg's done an actually really good job. He's already got a southern partner coming in. He's working on northern partners for just those reasons. That they become our go-to reservation company. And from our office, we started working with a company ourselves, trying to secure lodging for officials during those busy times at a reduced rate. So yes, the answer to that question is yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, and Rollins is gonna be the director. We're gonna call it the Rollins Software Project.
Yes, Jay.
Off subject, since you were just talking about fundraising, and we're just talking, has NIAA ever had a actual fundraiser or an actual gala or dinner where we could, let's say one year we have the south, we switch off from north to south, where we can fundraise for those scholarships for ourselves. So let's just say we put a $50,000 number out there and say, okay, this year's in the north, and we're gonna raise, our goal is to raise 50,000, it's all gonna go to scholarships. And we actually have our own, 300 to 400 person banquet where you bring the community in, tell them about what we do, who's been, who has won the scholarship, what they've done after their scholarship and moved on, and actually let the community know what's going on with those children and how that scholarship helped them. Have we done that before?
No. And we're gonna look at the play flight contract and see what we can do, and we will be best, because to me, it just sounds like I found two possible chairs.
Northern chair, southern chair.
So you were saying that it's in like the early stages of trying to, or possibly, all breakthrough. When would it be like, hey, this is what we're gonna do?
Not tomorrow, not this coming fall. We wouldn't turn it on that quickly, unless a venue popped. Okay, I understand that. I understand that.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking of someone, spring is already like, I'm sure it's the same one, it's like, that's when everyone travels, that's when everyone goes on big time. That's when your band goes, that's when your orchestra goes, that's when everyone goes, and I'm thinking, oh, I don't have administrators on campus to do.
Yes, no, we're working on that, and we'll get a plan put in place, yes. I understand turnaround time, I know this one's already got a reservation for me, for coming, so I understand that. And I gotta give you guys time.
Within the next 2 weeks. All right, are we ready to go to future items?
Yep.
All right.
So here's what I have, the board wants us to bring back cheer, the information for cheer. Baseball and softball course season format options. Timeline for events within the guide for hosting. Bringing back the policy manual with position costs identified within it and the edits there. Looking at possible options for next year's top 10/top 8, top whatever, with funding adjustments. And ideas for the realignment committee and the format that it would take on. Do I have now? Ellen?
Just a reminder, Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. From our conference, we talked about the point differentials.
Got it.
For football, soccer, basketball, baseball, softball, softball with that.
Oh, yeah.
And then basketball had to do with the.
Well, with running clock.
We're looking at that, but we're not only looking at like the point differential, but we're looking at the shot clock.
Yes.
The reset.
Reset of the shot clock. No, actually, there's no, that was in the actual directions. They need to read it. It says it has to go back to 20. It's in there.
The question started to come that some of these shot clocks are having difficulty resetting to 20.
And we go, and I found my memo, they need to get that fixed. We'll talk about that a lot.
Okay. All right, so not the shot clock,
No.
just the point differential.
With the clock, yep.
Okay, with the running clock.
Yep.
Okay.
Anything else? Oh, website updates. and fundraising opportunities outside of the.
You're saying that the next meeting will be at?
We haven't done security yet, but we're looking at possibly we're gonna ask Sierra Vista High School to host. We're trying to move it around the valley a little bit. Sierra Vista is very centrally located, close to the airport. Tia's looking at me funny, since I forgot to tell you.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Sierra Vista to host.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
We'll circle.
I had some planned on. We'll circle back on that.
We'll circle back.
Yeah. That was one of those things I had conversations, with somebody that had to come out to public. So,
I don't know, street agenda item, maybe just have secured the winter and the spring, coaches meeting sites.
we can put that on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Those are done
operation.
now.
That's
Yep, operation.
Okay, public comment, agenda item number 32, this time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board any matters not on the agenda. Items raised during this portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice of procedure of the open meeting law has been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it's asked that the person to please complete the public comment card and submit it to the president for review of this item. We're limited to 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a regular group. May be opposed, it is requested that the comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, locally disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. I see no one out there, so at this time,
I have one that was
please proceed.
Okay. This is from Edgar Cruz. Good afternoon, board people and liaisons. I'm writing today due to the calls of many to reevaluate water protection for the 3A. As a member of the rural community in the 3A, 2A, I understand that I've been cross-biased on this issue, yet I don't think many outside of the 3A communities would understand why water protection is necessary for this division. Yes, I do understand what the pool is over the number, and that should be left up to the committee to work this out. From what I've seen in reports in the NIAA in previous meetings, there is a small percentage of schools that have over 900 students in the 3A. The key factor why water protection is necessary is due to the fact that there are schools in the 3A that do not have the luxury of holding tryouts, or even having the pick of the athletes who just decide to participate in said sport. The 3A communities do not. 3A communities, there are a lot of sports where whoever comes out to tryouts makes the team because that level needs players to be able to compete. Due to the lower level 3A and the number of sports offered during each season, the pool of athletes is already dispersed and reduced to what sport the athlete chooses. Many will point to the results and argue that those in 3A can compete with schools bigger than that. In my opinion, those results are a testament of the hard work developed and community support of those athletes. Why should they be penalized or forced to compete against schools bigger than that when they can compete with schools close or similar to their own enrollment? We already have done this experiment once back in the 2012-2013 realignment, and it created mistakes that needed to be fixed. Let's not make them again. It's too close to eliminating or even evaluating enrollment protection to service to small town communities and their efforts to put their athletes in the best positions to succeed. Thank you for your time, Dr. Cruz, for the member of incoming student athlete next year. That's it.
Thank you, Tia. At this time, I'd like to adjourn the meeting. 1:15. Thank you for your time.